Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God, welcome in on a New Year's Eve Wednesday. Happy holidays, Happy New Year. Shea Norling, Tyler Aki in for Cap and Jay Hood this morning, and we have a lot to do this morning.
Too much to do today.
Yeah, we do. It's going to be pretty much wall-to-wall football. We'll have a little bit of holiday talk at some point. We're going to have Waddle join us, Waddle Wednesday, 7:35.
Excited.
Because the show doesn't end. The guy's being off. Waddle texted us yesterday, goes, you want me to come on with you?
Yeah.
Yes,
I said,
absolutely.
hell yeah.
Why not?
Hell yeah, brother.
So it is a Waddle Wednesday this morning as well. But we want to start with a conversation about trust.
We're having the trust conversation. Huh?
We're in the trust tree this morning.
I will say, great crew today. Great
It
crew.
is.
We've got Jack, we've got Aiden here. Everyone's happy and excited to be here. Couldn't say the same yesterday, but
Yeah, it's nice to not have a sour grape here today.
yeah, real
Like we did
nice.
yesterday.
Real nice. You got your car keys today?
No,
All right, good man. Good man.
I remembered this morning. But yeah, we wanted to start with a conversation about trust relating to your quarterback. There are going to be 14 teams in the playoffs. That means 14 quarterbacks. And we just want to know, for both of us and for you, the listener, 312-332-3776, where does Caleb rank among quarterbacks you trust the most in the NFL playoffs? Because it is an interesting layout. You're not going to see Patrick Mahomes. You're not going to see Lamar Jackson. You're not going to see Joe Burrow. Really, the only superstar level quarterback that's been doing this for a while that you're going to see in the playoffs is Matthew Stafford. Like, if you want to have the Justin Herbert argument, we can have it. If you want to talk about where you're at with C.J. Stroud, he's played better as the season has gone on, but rookie C.J. Stroud feels far away from what we're seeing lately.
Josh Allen going to be a part of the playoffs too.
But that's the one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, that's it.
Yeah.
One on each side. And the rest is a lot of new faces. Trevor Lawrence is inching back to kind of where he was seen at the time he was drafted. But I don't think anybody would say he's lived up to the generational tag or deserves the generational tag right now. Bo Nix certainly better than a lot of people thought he would be, but on a game in, game out basis, you really still don't know what you're getting.
Yeah, especially in the one and done playoff format, got to have it, do or die, whatever your phrase is. Yeah, I wouldn't put Bo Nix probably in my top half because he is just as likely to drop a dime in the end zone as he is to throw to the other team 3 times in a game.
So take Matthew Stafford out of it. Take Josh Allen out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Allen has won an MVP. Stafford has won a Super Bowl and will potentially win an MVP this year. Then you have Jalen Hurts, who has won a Super Bowl, but people take issue with because if we're honest about it, he is a little limited as a passer. He's a hesitant thrower. And we saw it against Buffalo. I know, like, he's turned it on in a couple Super Bowls. The best performances of his career have been in Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. But against Buffalo, you go an entire half of football where you don't have a completion, and your offense generates a total of 1 first down, and you nearly blow a multiple score lead. So after Stafford and Allen, where does Caleb fit into that conversation?
All right, so I still put Hurts ahead of Caleb Williams.
I think that's more than fair.
I mean, the guy's won a Super Bowl. His 2 best games of his career have come in Super Bowls. He has been a big reason why Philadelphia has gotten to the Super Bowls. We can have big overarching conversations about how good is Jalen Hurts. At the end of the day, if you want to give Caleb Williams all his credit, and deservedly so, for how well he performs in the fourth quarter, I have to do the same for Jalen Hurts for what he does in the postseason and specifically in the biggest game of the year, that is the Super Bowl. I'd also throw Brock Purdy in there too, because as good as Caleb Williams was on Sunday night, Brock Purdy played the better game on Sunday night. And that's not to take away from what Caleb did. Caleb was spectacular in the game. Both guys had tremendous games, but Brock Purdy was just a little bit better. He led that one more touchdown drive, which was the difference in the game. And like you said, Brock Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. We've seen, and is it scheme? Sure. But isn't that a lot of what the Bears have going for them right now, too? A lot of what the Bears' offensive success, yes, Caleb's made his plays, but a lot of it is the Ben Johnson scheme showing that it works.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about this offense, and a lot of it has to do with what the run game is. That's not all Caleb Williams. In fact, very little of it is. Some of it is the ability that he can incorporate and play action and stuff like that. But I think when you talk about quarterbacks and offenses, I'd still take Brock Purdy and San Francisco. Again, we're taking the defensive side out of this here. Offensively, I think Brock Purdy and the Niners have a better thing going than what the Chicago Bears do right now.
Well, and the thing with Purdy, too, especially right now, is I would challenge any regular person on the street, like not even diehard sports fans, be able to pull this off, fantasy football players be able to pull this off. If you go talk to the casual football fan, ask them to name 2 of Brock Purdy's active receivers on Sunday against the Bears.
Right.
They couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. You might get a Jawan Jennings reset out of somebody. Maybe.
and you know what? I would shake that man's hand.
Right.
I would shake that person's hand.
Like you start getting a Ricky Pearsall reset out of some just casual sports fan.
Then you might get a salute from me.
Yeah, you get a Gator chomp back. You're like, oh, boy, this guy knows ball. The point I'm making is Brock Purdy is doing this without Kittle. He's doing this largely without an effective running game. And I know, like, McCaffrey's he's cleared 1,000 yards rushing. Guys, he's under 4 yards carry. He is
doing things in the pass game, though.
Correct, but that's my point. You don't have a running game. You've had to convert your running back into he's their leading pass catcher.
Right.
What they've been able to do with this offense, and yeah, like they survived the weeks where Brock Purdy missed games. What did he miss? 8 games this year? Mac Jones filled in really nicely. But the offense since Purdy's returned has been a totally different beast.
And
it's been the best offense in football.
It's part of why you can say what you want about Brock Purdy, but he was in the MVP conversation from a season ago. He's going to put up numbers in this offense. He plays to what Shanahan wants him to do. I think all of that goes into why I would still put a little more trust in Brock Purdy than I would with Caleb Williams right now. But as you look at the rest of the NFC quarterbacks, here's part of why I would still put Caleb Williams ahead of guys like Love and Darnold, is I know that Caleb Williams is not going to throw the back-breaking interception. And sure, could he go out there in the playoffs and throw it? Yeah, he threw it against Green Bay, right? The one that ultimately lost them the game. But for the most part, from what I've seen from Caleb Williams in his career, he hasn't been a guy who turnovers have been the reason for his downfall. Turnovers have not really been a part of Caleb Williams' game, and especially over the course of this last season, sacks haven't been a part of Caleb Williams' game either. And when you take those two things out of a quarterback's arsenal of disastrous plays, of plays that could swing a game and swing momentum in a game, Caleb's not somebody who engages in a lot of those.
Well, we know what to do with the Packers quarterback. Can I get Jack, can you give me my board, please? Thank you.
You cannot trust Jordan Love.
We know the drill on the Packers quarterback. In a big spot, I've seen Jordan Love go down to Dallas and eliminate the Cowboys as a 7 seed.
Not just that. I mean, that was an absolute curb stomping, too.
I also have seen him look reasonably lifeless against the Eagles last year. Granted, he was dealing with injury. But the San Francisco game stands out to me especially because it came down to the wire, and Jordan Love in that 2-minute drill threw the dumbest interception I've ever seen. Rolling to his right, off platform, ripping the football. There's nobody but a Niners defender waiting for it. It was clear. It was Brett Favre-esque.
Yeah.
You know this guy's going to make a back-breaking mistake. He'll get you in a position to win it, but he will make a back-breaking mistake. Where I think Caleb is different in that Caleb may not put you in a position to win the game over the full body of work. You might get an inconsistent 50 minutes, but I know if that game's winnable in those final 10, he's going to be nails.
For sure. And that's part of why I would put the trust level above Jordan Love right now. And the same thing with Sam Darnold. And sure, like Sam Darnold, he did what he did against L.A. in the fourth quarter on that Thursday night from a week and a half ago. I get that. I guess it's 2 weeks ago now. I get that he did that, but we've also seen, I mean, the Seattle offense has the second most giveaways in all of football right now. I can't lean on something like that. And with Darnold, especially going up against some of these defenses, you can say what you want about the Bears defense. They'll take the ball away from a guy like Sam Darnold. We know what can happen against the Rams, against the Eagles, against Green Bay. We know what that can look like when Sam Darnold gets in the playoffs. I know Caleb Williams isn't going to give the ball away with the best of them right now. So that's where my trust level is with him right now.
So NFC side, we've got Stafford, Hurts, Purdy, then Caleb fits in.
I'd go fourth. Yep.
When we add the AFC quarterbacks, what happens? Obviously, Josh Allen.
Yep. You can't say anything about that.
But
he's certainly above that.
After Allen, I really wouldn't fight with anybody on any of these. Like I would probably, if you made me take a quarterback today, I probably would still take Justin Herbert.
That's the name I was going to go to too, because say what you want, and they didn't win last week, but despite the fact that he has not had his tackles, he's playing about as good a football as you could ask out of a quarterback.
Drake May, I love, and he's probably going to win MVP. So it's hard to say I'd rather have Caleb or I trust Caleb more. The issue I have with May, I think you have to put an incomplete grade probably on both of them. May hasn't played anybody. That's not to take away from winning 13 games, the performance that he had against the Jets over the weekend. It's not to take away from any of the body of work in this season where he's likely going to win MVP. But I haven't seen it on the biggest stage against the best opponents. And I have to see it before I can just fully buy in. I trust him.
I get that part of it. And while I largely agree, there is something to me of going out and dropping 40 on an NFL defense.
I get it.
It's the same way I felt
about the Jets an NFL defense.
Okay, I'll give you the Ravens. He puts 28 up on an NFL defense on the road. I mean, he was incredible in that game.
380 pass yards.
And even in like the Bills game before that, I get that the second half collapse happened, but to get to where you were, where it was the collapse that it was, is still impressive to me, albeit against a bad defense like that. Still putting up 33 against the Giants. Like, he's still putting up some of these big numbers against NFL defenses.
And I'm not sitting here and saying I think Caleb is a better player than Drake May. I don't think that I believe that. May is going to win MVP.
So would you trust Drake May more? Like, think about that.
We're simply talking about trust.
Yeah, but like, think about that. Drake May has put the ball on the money in a lot of big-time spots this year.
Yeah.
And sure, the opponents have been what they've been, but up until like the last couple of weeks, it's not like the Bears have gone up against this gauntlet of a schedule. They have one of the worst strength of victories in all of football. And that's not me taking away from what the 11-5 is right now. I'm just giving you that simple fact. I believe in the Bears. I believe the Bears can go to a Super Bowl. In the same breath, I would say I believe the Patriots can go to a Super Bowl.
When it comes to trust with May, and I don't really believe the Patriots can go to a Super Bowl. And when it comes to trust, I'm trying to square the circle on the sacks. He takes a ton of them, and a lot of them are bad. And I do wonder, like, they've played a historically easy schedule. And it's, again, I'm not trying to take anything away from what New England has accomplished, but it is a historically easy schedule. They've played virtually nobody. Mm-hmm. They played the Bills twice. They played the Steelers. That's it as far as teams that have an above 500 record. They haven't played any other winning team. Not one. That's impossible when you put out an NFL schedule.
Yeah.
When you're taking sacks the way that he does in a playoff environment, I wonder if you're going to just end drives early, a little too often to actually win games. And it's the number one thing I can say for Caleb. He will not take a sack.
Yeah.
He will play the ultimate not going to beat myself football. And I don't know that that's necessarily true of Drake May. again, I'm splitting hairs on them. And if you're asking who's the better player today and who's had the better season, it is obviously May. But I have seen Caleb against playoff teams deliver the mail in the final 2 minutes of a game over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And I haven't had to see, Drake May hasn't had to do that, so we haven't seen him do it.
Right.
We've really only seen him blow a lead.
Yeah, I mean, things tighten up in the playoffs, too. And that's part of where my trust level in Caleb elevates over some of these other fringe-type guys. I just think the body of work for Drake May this year is too impressive to look away from. I mean, you can maybe put away teams early on. And sure, the sack thing is an issue, especially when you're going to be going up against teams like Denver and Houston and LA and Jacksonville. Like, those are some, and TJ Watt and his defensive line. Like, you're going to be going up against some of the best pass rushes in all of football. And when sacks are an issue, it could be the thing that ends up biting you. But I've just seen too many flashes over the course of the year with Drake May to the point where he may end up winning the MVP as a result of it.
It's not really a fair way of looking at it, but I'm gonna ask the question because as it stands, and it feels like this is the likeliest outcome, the Patriots would play the Bills in the first round of the playoffs, obviously in Foxborough. Bears would play the Packers. Which team do you feel better about? Which home team do you feel better about winning their game? I think it's pretty easily the Bears.
I think it is the Bears too. But what if Micah Parsons was playing in that game? I think I actually would flip my answer.
If Micah Parsons were playing in that game, let's be real for a minute, you might not even be hosting it.
Yeah,
That
is true.
It is that much of a difference.
Right.
But this is the world we live in.
Yeah.
And like the Bills' defense has been atrocious all year. I still kind of feel better about Buffalo walking into New England and beating the Patriots
and it has
than I would the Packers having a chance.
It has everything to do with who the quarterback is. Like Josh Allen versus Jordan Love. It's a no contest.
Right. And
there.
I think, I started from saying it's not really a fair way to look at it because if the Bears had to host the Bills in the first round of the playoffs, I wouldn't feel great about the Bears' chances either.
Yeah. And if the Patriots had to host the Packers, we'd be saying that we'd be having the same conversation.
312-332-3776 is the phone number. How much do you trust Caleb Williams? When you look at all of the playoff quarterbacks, all the guys, some of these guys have been to Super Bowls. Some of them have won MVPs. A lot of them have won playoff games. You're going to get your first look at Caleb in the playoffs in about a week and a half. How much do you trust him against all these other guys? Where does he rank on your, we'll call it the quarterback trust index, the QTI? Where does Caleb rank on your quarterback trust index going into the playoffs? 312-332-3776. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky in for Cap and J Hood.
This is Cap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Invite your ears to join us for Bears and Lions live from Soldier Field.
Here comes
Sunday, pregame tailgate at 11. Network coverage starts at 1, live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee have your hometown call at 3:25, plus postgame deep into the night. The Lions and the Bears live from Soldier Field on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text CAR to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's CAR to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Oh, yeah, it's a big week.
The Bears are in, but there's still plenty to play for. Detroit comes to Chicago with playoff seeding on the line.
ESPN Chicago's immersive coverage is presented by Chevy Drive Chicago, the official truck of the Chicago Bears. Now back to Cap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood, Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky, and for the guys, Happy New Year on a New Year's Eve. And we're having a conversation about trust with your quarterback. A week and a half from the playoffs. I get we got the Detroit game on tap. To me, there's not a lot to say here.
No.
Win
and you're the 2 seed.
Is it a revenge spot? Sure. You win, you're the 2. Detroit's dead. If you take care of your business, you're going to win. You're going to be the 2 seed. So when you get to that point, and regardless, the lowest you can be is 3. You're going to host at least your first round game.
Yeah.
When you get to that point, what is your trust level in your quarterback? Guys, we can talk about the defense all we want. We can't do anything to fix it. You're going to need your quarterback to be nails. You're going to need your offense to be nails if you want to win playoff games. It's just the way it is. So what is your trust level that Caleb can get it done? 312-332-3776. Dalen in Milwaukee bets lead off. What's up, Dalen?
Good morning, fellas. Love the show. No, I just wanted to say with this whole quarterback trust index, if we were to sort of put this on like a 10 scale, I think I could reasonably give Caleb my trust level at like an 8.759, and this is why. When you sort of zoom out and look at the landscape on both sides of the playoff landscape here, you don't really see anybody on the AFC side who's just like, with the exception of Josh Allen, right? Who's just like, wow, that dude can for sure go out there and get me that victory. You look on the other side, and it's like Sam Darnold, I'm not trusting him too much. I'm not trusting Bryce Young too much. Jalen Hurts won you some Super Bowls, right? So it's like you can kind of maybe put that trust in him. But Caleb, through his body of work, where some of these other guys this season have not shown the ability to show up in that big moment, have your team with the chance to win, literally last play of the game. You look at some of these losses that we've had against the Packers and now against just Sunday night. Like, the last play of the game, you were right there. So it's like you got to trust this kid to go out there and handle business for you. What do you guys think?
Yeah, for as much as I trust him in these fourth quarter situations, and I do, there have still been moments where he has come up short. And that's not, if you ask me, is Caleb Williams a good fourth quarter quarterback, I tell you he's elite at it. Like, it's just what he's been. Like, look at the fourth quarter
one of the
comebacks
best in
this
the
year.
league.
He's got the most fourth quarter comebacks in the year. But it's not like he's without flaw in the fourth quarter. It's not like he's without flaw in quarters 1 through 3 either. He has had some of his moments, like the pick against Green Bay. That ball just needs to be thrown a little bit sooner. If it's thrown a split second sooner, we're talking about potentially the Bears with 2 wins over Green Bay this season, not 1. And for as great as he was in that fourth quarter against Green Bay and overtime against Green Bay, if they end up going and getting a touchdown instead of a field goal on that one drive, then you find yourself in a position to kick a field goal on the final drive and win that football game from just a couple yards out. So, yeah, I mean, Caleb's an elite fourth quarter quarterback. There's no doubt about that in my mind, but it's not like he's gotten 100% success rate in the fourth quarter either.
No, it's
no quarterback ever will.
It's the Packers game and the Niners game stand out as those 2 moments where he had an opportunity to go win it. And like the Packers game is what it is. The throw, the decision, all of it wasn't great. You make up for it with the overtime throw against the Packers a couple weeks later to DJ Moore.
Absolutely.
The best throw probably of his career. Niners game, I can't take anything away from him. He was spectacular. You score 38 points on the road in the NFL, you should win.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. There is no part of me that looks at that and goes, I trust Caleb less because he couldn't deliver on the final drive. I hope that final drive was a learning experience a little bit more for the head coach than for the quarterback, that I got to hold my timeouts. I got to get play calls in quicker. We got to convert some of these third downs. We got to convert more on early downs. Can't be relying on 4th and 5 to get us home. But as far as like, I've seen him do this more often than not. Right? He's had 6 comeback wins in the final 2 minutes of a game where he's just been nails. And I get the opponents in some of those aren't great. Like it's the Bengals, it's the Giants. You want it to, the Vikings, you want it to come against really genuine opponents.
Yeah.
But you body bagged the Eagles. You did finish the comeback the second time against the Pack. You did everything you could offensively to beat the Niners. I really can't ask for more. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say because you didn't score 45 points on the road, you had a bad day. I trust that this quarterback in any given playoff game, if it's winnable late, he's going to get the job done.
Yep. Just don't be the reason why it's out of reach early on in quarters 1 through 3. And there really haven't been games like that. I mean, maybe you look at the Ravens game this year and the Detroit game early on. But even if you remember that first Detroit game, the Bears were in a position to win in the first half, and then the second half, the wheels just fell off out of the gate. It was death by middle 8, and things were over on the other side.
Yep.
So,
Lewis in Hyde Park, you're on ESPN Chicago. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on?
Feeling good, man. What do you got?
I just want to say that when it comes to Caleb, the beautiful thing about him is that he doesn't turn the ball over. And this was even last year. He's not, when he was taking all the sacks, he still didn't really cough up the ball or throw interceptions. And that goes a long way with a quarterback when you can count on him to keep the ball out of the opponent's hand. And we all know how good he is in the fourth quarter. So I have trust in him. The person I really don't have a lot of trust in, to be totally honest with you, is Ben Johnson, because he's a new coach. He's never been here before. And 2, his play calling recently has been terrible. I mean, some of the cute stuff that he does, and he does it in the fourth quarter. I can understand you do it in the first, second, maybe even the third. But he has some of that Detroit Dan Campbell in him where he does like these weird play calls, like the Wildcat play against Green Bay with Monunga just to get 1 yard, and you put him back 8 yards, silly stuff like that. So I trust Caleb Williams, but I kind of have my there's question marks to me regarding Ben Johnson.
I mean, Lewis, and thanks for the phone call there, but I don't know how you can say, oh, Ben Johnson's never done it before, and Caleb has. And that's why Caleb's never played in a playoff game before. Ben Johnson at least has called plays in playoff games before. I have all of the faith in the world, and I get we will flash back to that Wildcat play against Green Bay. And if they had lost that game, that would have been the pivotal moment that everybody would have pinpointed on Sunday and Monday after that game, that Saturday night. But we're talking about nitpicking the .001 of his play calls this year. Like, the other 99% are brilliant. And even going back to last week, like, sure, the hook and ladder, is it a cute play? Yeah, but it worked in a situation where you needed that first down to keep the game alive. Maybe did it take up too much time? Okay. Is Ben Johnson's clock management perfect? No. But I would also say that he does way more with the other 99% of the decisions that he makes. I agree, and we don't always give credit to the things that we just think look normal, that sometimes head coaches overthink. And Ben Johnson, it doesn't feel like overthinks a lot. He has his moments, though, like the fourth down play with the Wildcat and stuff like that. But it's not like he hasn't called these cute, gimmicky trick plays on fourth downs this year, and they haven't worked. He ran Philly special on fourth down against Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Like, some of this stuff does work. So, again, I think you take the good with the bad with a guy like Ben Johnson.
And I get, like, some of the trick plays. We talked about it before the Packers game when we were on the air doing the pregame show. I said my one minor nitpick with Ben Johnson is he has a tendency to get a little too cute.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. But if you're asking me, do I trust Ben Johnson or Caleb Williams more? This is by no means a shot at Caleb. I trust Ben Johnson infinitely more than I trust Caleb Williams.
100%.
I think Ben Johnson is phenomenal. And if we have this same conversation about comparing how much we trust Caleb to the other quarterbacks in the playoffs, how much do you trust Ben Johnson against the other coaches in the playoffs?
Yeah.
The only ones with a bullet that I'm saying I would rather have, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, and probably by default, because he's won a Super Bowl, Sirianni.
But I don't even know if I would put Sirianni as like a trust thing. I get he's won the Super Bowl, but Sirianni can make some of the dumbest decisions.
100%.
Like, I've never seen a decision from Ben Johnson where I'm like, that was so effing stupid that I would not want you as my head coach.
Yeah, he hasn't made a decision
Sirianni has done
loses
that.
you a game.
Mhm.
Sirianni, you've got loud mistakes where you're like, that guy's the reason that the Eagles lost. Now, he's also won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So
I can't take that away from him.
That's where I just can't take it. But like Sean Payton, same deal. So by default, Sean Payton I'm putting ahead of Ben Johnson.
I would
put
put
the rest
Payton,
of these guys. I have Vrabel and Ben Johnson, I trust the same. Liam Cohen and Ben Johnson, I think it's a Spider-Man meme. And if Liam Cohen were in any other market, he would be viewed the same way Ben Johnson is right now.
Yeah. But Sean McDermott, no.
Tomlin? Hell no. It's been a decade since we've seen a playoff win. No.
Where are you with Harbaugh?
Dude, I have a hard time. Jim Harbaugh?
Jim, yeah, not John.
I think he's a stellar NFL coach. I really do. Obviously, I don't like him. I'm like biased against him. I think he's a weirdo. But it's also like, do you put the Houston game last year on Jim Harbaugh or do you put it on Justin Herbert? Herbert melted down.
Yeah, I mean, he was terrible in the game. Terrible. So, I mean, but he's another guy. He's been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, we've seen it.
What was it, 10 years ago at this point?
And that was a year where he made a really ballsy change at quarterback, benched Alex Smith, made Colin Kaepernick the starter, rode it to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So we've seen him do it. But again, like, Sean McDermott, I think, is the reason Buffalo doesn't go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Every year, I come away from the playoffs, with the exception of the snow game against Cincy. Every year I watch the playoffs with Buffalo, and I come away from it feeling like Sean McDermott is the reason you aren't in a Super Bowl.
Yep. And we've said it multiple times. I mean, year after year after year. Defensively, they are a 0 in the playoffs.
I do not feel like Ben Johnson. Like, if the Bears' playoff run, in all likelihood, it will end before the NFC title. It will end before the Super Bowl. But I don't see a world where the playoff run ends, and I go, that's because of Ben Johnson. I don't think it'll happen.
I don't think it'll happen, but who's to say there's a fourth down play call where he tries to pull a rabbit out, and he doesn't need to pull the rabbit out.
Well, and the fear would be what happens to you is what happened to Detroit last year, where you end up in a situation you're chasing points, and then you see Ben Johnson get all the cute stuff out while chasing points, and Jamison Williams ends up throwing a pass. Like, we're going to have Roma Dunze getting the ball in the backfield trying to throw a pass.
Yeah.
Because you're chasing points. But even then, I would still think, well, the defense was terrible, and there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing Ben Johnson can do about that. That's a 2026 problem.
Yeah.
I have the utmost trust in the head coach.
No, I do too. I mean, I trust the coach more than the quarterback, and that's not to say I don't trust the quarterback.
312-332-3776 is the phone number. We'll get more of your phone calls on how much you trust your quarterback going into the playoffs. A week and a half away from a wild card round game at Soldier Field. Shea Norling, Tyler Aki, in for Cap and J Hood.
It's Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. New Year's Day, we've got oranges, roses, topped with sugar. 11 a.m., Texas Tech takes on Oregon in the Orange Bowl. Then number 1 Indiana takes on 9th-ranked Alabama in the Rose Bowl. And at 7, number 3 Georgia battles number 6 Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl. The college football playoffs presented by Menards on ESPN Chicago.
We've all learned since childhood that the only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe that injured people are being bullied every day into accepting lowball offers from insurance companies. Here's how it happens. When a claim is filed, the insurance company looks to see which law firm is representing the claimant. A simple search tells them whether or not that law firm has a history of taking cases to trial. Think about it. When insurance companies see lawyers that rarely, if ever, take cases to trial, they know the lawyer is afraid to try a case. So why would they ever offer them top dollar? On the other hand, when lawyers consistently fight for their clients by taking cases to trial, insurance companies are left with no choice but to offer them top dollar settlements sooner and more often. Over the past several years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a plaintiff's law firm that has taken more cases to trial than the Verdoliak Law Group. If you want a law firm that's been standing up to insurance companies and trying cases for over 50 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
When a trophy is raised, it can feel like the season's over, but on the ESPN app, it never really is. Because with more than 47,000 live events, plus originals, highlights, and coverage from every corner of the sports world, there's always something to dive into. No off-season, just everything a fan needs to keep going. Always in season. Get all of ESPN all in one place. Download the ESPN app on your TV or phone today.
The Chicago Wolves drop the puck on the new year this Saturday against the Grand Rapids Griffins.
Chicago aims to kick off the new year in style with another W at the Allstate.
And it's the annual Glow Game. Arrive early for your chance at a free light-up glow baton courtesy of Starry and the pregame Glow Bash.
The most fun you can have at a hockey game.
Get your Chicago Wolves tickets for Saturday's Glow Game and the Glow Bash at ChicagoWolves.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. After getting my windows done by Window Nation, I can tell you that they make a massive difference. And now you can save big too during their buy 4 get 4 free window sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Go to windownation.com today.
Cap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood will be back next week. Shea Norling, Tyler Aki filling in for the boys this morning. Happy New Year's to you. Driving around this morning on a New Year's Eve. We're talking about trust in your quarterback and in your football team with the playoffs on the horizon, just a week and a half away from the first home playoff game since 2018 at Soldier Field. What is your trust level in your quarterback to get the job done? And where does he fit among all the quarterbacks in the playoffs this year? Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford, really the only proven superstars. If you want to include Aaron Rodgers, you can, but I think we all know.
Yeah.
This isn't the Aaron Rodgers of old.
No, not even like the Aaron Rodgers of 3 years ago.
Brock Purdy obviously has been to a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. But of the guys we feel like, I think as football fans in agreement, that guy can carry you to a Super Bowl. Stafford and Allen are the only two that are involved.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think there's anyone else really on this list. Even if you lumped in like Lamar, we've seen what Lamar looks like in the playoffs.
Yeah. It's a big reason why he doesn't really factor into my trust conversation, because you know how I feel, little game Lamar.
Yeah.
I mean, the first MVP season Lamar Jackson had, they got booted in the first round of the playoffs by Tennessee.
Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill walked into Baltimore and aced them out. And it was a big reason was once you're trailing, Lamar isn't the quarterback I want to have when I'm chasing points.
No, not at all. I mean, you turn that team one-dimensional, especially when they are so prolific running the football, and you're going to find yourself in some trouble. You know, it is interesting to me what this playoffs is going to bring in terms of like establishing reputation for some of these quarterbacks. Like, we're going to start to get a data point on what Drake May is as a playoff quarterback. Yep. We're going to get another glimpse of Bo Nix as a playoff quarterback. What's Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert? How are they building their playoff resumes? C.J. Stroud as well. Is this the year Josh Allen can get over the hump and try to dispel the narrative that he can't win the big game? And then on the flip side here, I mean, I think we kind of have an established base of what guys like Hurts and Stafford and even Brock Purdy are. But we could see, all right, can Sam Darnold flip the narrative of who he is as a playoff quarterback? Caleb gets to establish what people think of him as a playoff quarterback. Jordan Love can change the tide on what people think of him as a quarterback too. And maybe even someone like Baker Mayfield or Bryce Young's getting his first taste of playoff football. So I'm intrigued to see how we are talking about the 14 quarterbacks that make the playoffs, even after like a couple of weeks of the NFL playoffs this season.
We haven't talked about Baker yet. Where are you at with that? Because a couple of years ago,
he's not healthy.
I know, but a couple of years ago, he had like the all-time playoff run. He threw for like 700 yards in 2 games. He was almost perfect. He was far and away not the reason they lost to Detroit in that NFC divisional round game. If they get in and he's a little healthy, but he won't be. So I can't trust unhealthy Baker. I can't trust Baker with an injured shoulder.
To be honest, like unhealthy Baker Mayfield moves himself into maybe one of the 2 or 3 worst quarterbacks in these playoffs.
And he's been one of the worst quarterbacks in football really since the injury. They've been one of the worst teams in football.
Like for me, he's probably neck and neck with Rodgers in terms of who I would want the least as my quarterback among all of the NFL quarterbacks if Baker were to get into the playoffs, given his health status right now. And given that, I'd probably take Rodgers over Baker because at least I've seen Rodgers go out and win a Super Bowl and perform well in big games like that.
You know what's funny is for all we talk about Caleb in the fourth quarter comebacks, Bryce Young has more. Bryce Young, all he does is win games in the fourth quarter. He's got a billion fourth quarter comebacks.
Now, some of those are, and in fairness, some of Caleb's are the same too, but some of those for Bryce Young are defense sets you up or defense gets a pick 6. And it goes down as a fourth quarter comeback.
I was just going to say, Bryce Young is the quarterback I want the least. Of all of the quarterbacks involved in the playoffs, he is number 14.
Yeah.
Assuming they get in, of the 14 quarterbacks, Bryce Young would be firmly 14th for me.
Yeah. I think so too. Yeah, I mean, it's been a great story. You and I have been on this Panthers ride all season long, too. We've liked the Panthers. We thought it was a good long shot to take as a potential division champ. But it's at a point where, let's call it what it is. I don't know what the long-term future is of Bryce Young as the Panthers quarterback.
I don't think they do either. 312-332-3776. Lewis is in Lyle. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy New Year's Eve. So it's funny. You guys want to know just how much Bears fans trust Caleb Williams. Tyler, I made a slightly crude comment to you right before the Packers game, and you know what? It kind of paid off, but I'm going to be a little less crude today. There's that expression, you put a gun to your head, you trust Caleb, you trust a guy to make a final drive. I'm going to say if somebody had a gun to my kneecap, I would trust him to get that last touchdown to get us a win. And I'm going to say gun to the kneecap because you know what? If a gun to the head, if there's a gun to my head, if he fails, it's no longer my problem, and my wife's getting a decent life insurance payout. Gun to my kneecap, I got to live with that consequence. I trust him to go and save my knee. What?
What a metaphor, Lewis. My goodness.
I have a very dark sense of humor. Shea, remember when we first met, I said I was a weird dude?
Joey G in Melrose Park. What's up, Joe?
Speaking of weird dudes, Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Joey.
It's a pleasure to talk to you. You know what, Shea? I've been thinking about this for 3-4 weeks, and it's like a 3-4 ring circus. You just put it together. You got Sean Payton with Bo Nix. Okay, if you package these coaches with Ben Johnson, I mean, you guys got to step off the gas and lay it on thick. Caleb is the best quarterback out of all of them that are going to be playing the rest of the season.
Out of all of them?
Out of all of them.
You'd take Caleb over Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, Shea, always there, never wins.
I mean, what's Caleb? He's never there.
But guess what? Times are changing there, pal.
I hope so, Joey.
I keep on pounding the Bears. Pound, pound, pound. We got the smartest coach going into the playoffs. Okay? And then when we see Ben Johnson pull the flea flicker or whatever, and it works this time, and all of a sudden the Bears are in the Super Bowl. So, everybody's got their answers. Everybody's got their squalms about how they're going to make the Bears better. I'm having a Dorito right now for breakfast.
All right, Joey. Happy New Year to you.
I don't know what to say.
Just hit the button.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and Jay Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and Jay Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable, large, light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Silverado 1500 pickup. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
Let Triton College help you spring into success. Choose from 120-degree and certificate programs. Triton has convenient classes close to home, affordable tuition, and credits transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you'll learn from award-winning faculty with real-world experience, giving you a quality education that opens doors to your future. Affordable, quality, close to home, that's Triton College. Register now and spring into success. Visit triton.edu/spring.
Brighten up your home with help from Menards. Illuminate your home with LED light bulbs from Fight Electric. They provide light that lasts with a rated life of over 10,000 hours. Don't wait to finish your projects. Save big money on Fight Electric LED light bulbs now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling Beer Hotline. Yuengling, America's oldest brewery, brings the excitement with traditional lager, light lager, golden pilsner, black and tan, and flight. Chicago, raise a Yuengling and enjoy the full lineup.
Cap and Shea Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Time now for Shea's platform. Here's Shea Norling. Shea's platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. Today is New Year's Eve.
Happy New Year's Eve to you.
Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. Jack, Aiden, Tyler, all of you listening, Happy New Year's Eve. This is the worst holiday of the entire year.
Yep.
It's terrible. It sucks.
Garbage.
I want to know how, as a society, we can stop making New Year's Eve such a big thing. Why is there so much pressure to have the best night ever on New Year's Eve? Every year, you have to find a party. The work that you put into finding a party can often be worse than, it becomes a full-time job. Planning what your New Year's Eve is going to look like, it just becomes an annoyance. And there's a ton of pressure on you have to make everybody in your group have a good time. You want to make sure nobody's upset. God forbid you go out to a bar, you're going to pay beyond what you've imagined.
Yeah.
Most of these places, you got to buy a ticket to get in, and you're not even getting the all-inclusive on it. You go out and buy cocktails tonight, you're talking about hundreds of dollars, if not thousands, that you're spending just to have a good time at a bar.
You know what's funny? Jack McGrath, who's with us today, asked me a couple weeks ago, he's like, hey, do you know any good New Year's Eve spots around here? I was like, dude.
Your house.
Yeah, find a house party. House party clears every time. I've done the bar thing, and it's I won't even say it's suitable for your first year or two out of college or whatever, but after that, it's just I'm done with this.
It was the best New Year's Eve that I've ever had. Was good friends of mine got married.
I was just going to say, I've heard the New Year's Eve wedding is the best way to go.
So it was a destination wedding.
Okay.
Not like a crazy destination. It was just in a place where everybody had to travel. Mm-hmm. And initially we're like, New Year's Eve, this blows. I do not want to go to your wedding on New Year's Eve. And then we got there, and at the reception, I'm realizing these are all the people I would want to be around anyways. We're all in one place. We're all having a good time.
Yep.
It's a party.
You don't have to think about anything. No. Everything's planned for you.
There is no planning going into it at all. Everybody looks great and is having a great time. It was by far the best New Year's Eve that I've ever had. And ever since, I won't even try to match it. What we do now, we just stay home or go to a friend's house, genuinely in sweatpants and a hoodie. We're going to be comfortable, we're going to be cozy, and we're going to have a nice night. We'll watch Dick Clark New Year's Eve, which, by the way, the iconic Dick Clark New Year's Eve program will be in Chicago this year?
I guess I fed you some bad info.
There's
just
read
a
an article.
branch of it. Jack and Aiden corrected me on this. What did you guys find?
It looks like, according to the ABC website, that Ryan Seacrest will still be in New York. But Chance the Rapper will be hosting from Chicago.
Oh, good.
It's like a college game day SEC Now situation.
essentially.
What are they doing? Like New Year's Eve red zone? Let's go to Chicago where we've got 2 minutes left to the ball drop.
We got college game days in Eugene, but we're taking a quick stop in Evanston because Michigan's playing. That's what they're doing to us. As soon as Ryan Seacrest has completed the ball drop, we'll get Chance the Rapper downtown Chicago doing our version of it. No, it's just I think this is terrible. It's a terrible holiday.
It's the
wildly overrated. I've never had a good time in the traditional sense on New Year's Eve. It's always been something alternative. And now I just refuse to participate.
Yeah, the pressure to pay off ratio is not there. It's not there. And I'm with you. Like I'm as hands off with New Year's as any holiday or like get together or anything. You want to invite me to a party? I'll be there. Like, you want to do this? You want to host that? I'll be there. I'm not going out of my way to make any sort of plans on New Year's.
No.
And then, like, if you're going out somewhere, have fun getting an Uber home.
No, don't. Matter of fact, don't. Because the CTA is your friend.
I believe tonight's free rides too, right?
Yes. Just use the CTA. Listen, do not drive.
Yes, that's first and foremost.
Getting a ride share is a nightmare. You will pay beyond what you could even imagine in surge pricing if you try to take a ride share tonight. You'll open the app and you'll be going 4.5 miles to your apartment, and it's going to cost you $120.
Yeah.
Why? Don't even fool around.
If you're lucky, yeah.
Just take the CTA. But it's just, in general, I'm glad I'm not going out. I have no interest in going out. Because no matter what you're doing, like you will go to a bar. You are fighting through the most crowded bar experience you could possibly imagine. The throng of people that you have to fight through just to get up to the bar and order a drink. Nah, come on. You can't do it. Stay home. Watch the game tonight.
Yeah.
You got Miami, Ohio State.
Well, CFP.
Enjoy your college football playoff New Year's Eve. I used to hate that they did the CFP on New Year's Eve because when I was in my early 20s, it was like, I want to go out. I don't want to be at home watching this game. I want to go out and enjoy myself. Now that I've checked out of New Year's Eve, I'm so glad that they have the one CFP game New Year's Eve night.
It was cool. What was it, like 3 years ago when Georgia played Ohio State, I want to say, and Ohio State kicked the field goal, or maybe it was Georgia kicked the field goal as the clock struck midnight? That was always funny to me.
Yeah, well, because it used to be in the 14 playoff, often they would have, this would be the semifinals, and the national championship would be on Monday.
Right.
Now that now we're on the quarterfinal. I mean, the way they've expanded this thing.
Yeah.
But still, I am glad we have the games today and tomorrow to just relax. Now that I won't be that hungover because I'm not going to go crazy tonight because I'm not going out. That's the worst part, really, is you do the New Year's Eve deal, and then
you feel obligated.
Your New Year's Day is a disaster. You don't get off the couch.
Yeah, you do the wristband thing, and it's like you start doing math in your head. You start doing math of, all right, I have to drink this much to reach this threshold because I paid this much, and I got to get my money's worth tonight.
St. Patrick's Day is kind of the same holiday in spirit in terms of like you want to go out and enjoy yourself.
St. Patrick's Day clears this by margin.
It's the greatest.
Yeah.
Because there's no pressure on St. Patrick's Day.
Yep.
You just go hang out with your friends and do your thing.
Yeah.
And there's probably good college basketball on.
For sure. Yeah, there always is. Yeah, it's usually like during Champ Week. What are the young fellas doing tonight? We got Jack, we got Aiden with us tonight.
I'm going out.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We got tickets to a bar.
Tickets to a bar?
Me and a group of friends.
I don't even have to ask Aiden. He's already got his wristband on right now.
We're doing the wristband thing.
Yeah,
we got a bar just for us.
Yep. Well, I will say, though, like, for their age, you want to do it, like, once or twice in, like, your early, mid-20s. Like, yeah, it's fun.
You're going to grow out of it very quickly.
Yeah, you'll grow out of it.
Are
but,
you?
like,
I already kind of am, because we did the wristband thing where, it's 3 or 4 hours or whatever. There's actually food, too. It's a good deal, but there's only so many spots. Like, half my buddies didn't get a spot. You want to be with everyone.
You can't get squeezed out.
Yeah.
So.
See, again, the pressure to have a good time. You start to feel, like I think probably 2-3 years ago, I started to feel, okay, New Year's Eve's not for me anymore. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. I was done with it.
And you do that last year, and then you're done.
Yeah.
I haven't been out for New Year's Eve in probably 3 years.
Everyone Andrew Luck's their way for New Year's Eve. Early retirement.
Yep, you got to have the one last ride, and then it's an early retirement. All right. Shea's platform brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. If you are going out for New Year's, again, let the CTA be your driver. Do not fool around with rideshare. Do not drive, for the love of God. Put your keys away. Leave the rideshare alone. Let the CTA be your driver. They'll get you anywhere in the city for $5. It's less money that you need to spend on travel at the end of the night, sweating the anxiety of what those surcharges are going to be. Avoid the headache of traffic. Just take the CTA. Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Riding is a breeze. Find the best route to get anywhere in the city at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money. Do more. Ride CTA.
And free rides tonight between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m.
Shout out Aki for the information. Free rides tonight, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Do not fool around with driving your car on New Year's Eve. Do not fool around with the surcharge, the upcharges on ride shares. It's going to be obnoxious. Just take the CTA. Get around the city easy. Do yourself a favor. We'll be right back. It's Cap and Jay Hood, Shea Norling, Tyler Rocky, in for the boys.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver. Fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident. Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Looking for the ultimate night out? Bring your squad to a Blackhawks game at the United Center for an experience you won't find anywhere else.
Scores! Table with a follow-up!
Whether it's birthdays, office outings, family gatherings, or just a much-deserved night out, nothing beats the energy in the UC. Group ticket packages are available at blackhawks.com/groups.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Now back to Cap and Jay Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome in, Cap and Jay Hood, 7 a.m. Shea Norling, Tyler Rocky with you. We got Aiden O'Connor and Jack McGrath behind the glass today on a New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve to you. And we've been talking this morning about the trust level that you have in your quarterback. Look, Lions Bears this weekend, there's not a lot to talk about. The Bears will be at worst the 3 seed. You'll win, you're the 2 seed. You're favored at home. Take care of your business. This team coming in, this line, it's not the team that put 52 on you in week 2.
Yeah. You got a chance to go 500 in the division for the year, which I think is important.
Yeah, this is a shell of the Lions team that you faced early in the season. And I think Ben Johnson's got a chance to get his lick back. You take care of your business against his old team, get a little revenge on the team that put it on you week 2. You get the 2 seed. You don't even need to win to get the 2 seed if Philly loses to Washington. So there's not a whole lot to say about what's at stake in this game. But the part that I think is interesting, and we started with the quarterback, but I want to open it up a little bit more and include the head coach and really just this team. What is your trust level in your quarterback, in your head coach, and in the Bears as you sit a week and a half from the first home playoff game at Soldier Field in 7 years? Where are you at with it?
I love the coach, and I'm a big fan of the quarterback too. Now, if I'm going through some of the other pairings and duos throughout the NFC, like the interesting one to me is Seattle, because you've got an unknown in Mike McDonald, but who's done a damn good job this year and very much should be in contention for Coach of the Year this year.
Yeah.
If he were an offensive head coach, I think Mike McDonald would have damn near wrapped this thing up with how good that they've been and some of the wins that they've had down the stretch here. But then Sam Darnold is the great unknown. We've seen what the best of Sam Darnold looks like. The best of Sam Darnold this year is an MVP contender. The worst of Sam Darnold is the guy who's going to throw the ball to the other team 3 or 4 times in a game and be the reason his team loses. And when you go up against some of these defenses in the playoffs, like you go up against an LA, I guess the good thing for Seattle is they don't have to face their own defense, because that's one of the best units you'll find in the NFC this year in the playoffs. So Seattle's interesting to me. Philly is Sirianni and Hurts, which is probably the most boomer bust duo in the entire playoffs, right? Like, there's potential for the Eagles to go out and not just go to a Super Bowl, but win another Super Bowl. When those two are at their best, they are one of the best duos in the entire playoffs. But when they're at their worst, there's a case to be made that I'd rather have Carolina over Philly when they're at their worst.
Is there a quarterback-coach duo that have won a Super Bowl together that you trust less than Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni? That's got to be the two guys. Like, you think about some of the pairings of guys. Obviously, Mahomes and Andy Reid.
I will say this. If they are in the Super Bowl, I trust them with the highest degree of trust.
But getting there
is the path there is the difficult part, yes. I'm trying to think through some of the other ones. I mean,
obviously, there's the one-offs. What was it? Rich Gannon and Jonathan Gruden? Or John Gruden?
Yeah.
The one-offs that you're going to look at and go, oh, these guys. Like
Harbaugh and Flacco.
Those Super Bowl winner. Yeah, those ones you're not going to look at the same. But this Sirianni and Hurts, they've been to 2, 1-1. And I have a hard time trusting either of them once you get into this spot. Yeah. And it's really just what happened in 2023 when we saw how toxic the locker room got and the whole team quit on the field.
Yeah. And you saw, and it felt like that was going to be the case again this year. Like, it's going to be an every other year thing for Philly, but the way that Philly's kind of played down the stretch here, starting to incite a little bit of optimism. You got 2 blowout wins, and then you get the road win against Buffalo. I don't think you can take any of those 3 results lightly at this point.
Tom Coughlin and Eli Manning, or Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts?
Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts.
Okay. Mike Tomlin and Ben Roethlisberger, or Sirianni and Hurts?
Tomlin, Roethlisberger.
Wow, okay.
Because I still think
now we're drawing where the line is.
I mean, Roethlisberger is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts is, and I think we would say Tomlin's a better coach than Sirianni is. Right? Like, to me, that one seems kind of simple.
Jack, appeal down the first base line. Tomlin better than Sirianni?
Tomlin's better than Sirianni. He's done it for a longer period of time.
He hasn't won a playoff game in a decade.
I know, but
I think I would appeal out. I don't know that I don't feel like Tomlin's better than Sirianni.
But see, how often do you see Sirianni do something that's just so mind-numbingly dumb, and it's just like, really?
I know, and we can't.
I never point, like, Tomlin has his flaws for sure, but I never point at, like, sure, there's a 4th down decision here or there with Tomlin.
They're always wrong.
But I never look at Tomlin and be like, boy, he really cost them the game here.
Sirianni's rosters have also been supremely talented, and Tomlin has done it with rosters and gotten to the playoffs with rosters that aren't so good and pushes them into the playoffs.
I will say, though, Mike Tomlin is the surrender punt god.
He is.
If you're late in a game and you got a 4th down and you're trailing, Mike Tomlin ain't the head coach you want.
But I will say
he's
this.
Giving the ball back.
The flip side of that is Sirianni is the opposite of that, where he will...
The stupid 4th
down attempt.
He's what people think Dan Campbell is, where, like, Sirianni will unnecessarily go for a 4th down in his own territory.
Yeah, there was the one against Green Bay earlier this year. where it was like, what are you doing running a tush push here against one of the teams who has actually been one of the most successful at stopping the tush push from like your own 28-yard line?
It is funny. Like, look, if we make it about the coach-quarterback pairing, McVay and Stafford, Shanahan and Purdy. But who else? Because the other ones all have a flaw.
Yeah, the other one, someone's dragging someone down.
You get Sean Payton, but you also get Bo Nix.
Yeah, you get Josh Allen,
but you also get Sean McDermott.
I'm trying to look through some of these other ones. I mean, there's some that are just too young to tell. Vrabel and Drake May, like that could be a really good one.
I think Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, Mike Vrabel, and Drake May, those are all the same.
Yeah. How do you feel about DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud? Because I think DeMeco Ryans, I think he gets his credit, but I still feel like he is underrated as a head coach. I mean, to have this defense playing where it's at right now, that's not to say it doesn't have talent. It's got plenty of talent, but I feel like having DeMeco Ryans as your head coach brings it to another level, and how they've steadied the ship offensively, how they've gotten some of these receivers involved. I think Jaden Higgins has been a great revelation for that Houston offense. And then like Harbaugh and Herbert are two guys who are both very good, but maybe just don't have the results to show for it.
It's hard to look at the Chargers because if they were healthy, I think you could make an argument that if the Chargers had both their tackles, they might be the best team in football right now.
They're a team. We would probably talk about the Chargers the way that we talk about Houston right now. You and I talk about Houston because we love Houston so much so that we have bet on them to make it to the Super Bowl.
I think there's a world if they had both their tackles, we'd look at them the way we look at Denver. We'd look at them the way we look at Seattle. We'd look at them the way we look at the Rams. It's just they're
probably
so
more so like
up.
Jacksonville, where it's like Jacksonville. It's a team that kind of came on a little bit late. And you got a team in LA who has kind of proven it all season long, but it's like you've got the balanced effort of offense and defense.
The issue for the Chargers is not the head coach or the quarterback. The issue is the injuries. And I can't look past them.
Yeah, because those guys aren't coming back.
No, you're not getting Joe Alt back. You're not getting Rashawn Slater back. They're gone. You can't replace them. It's not next man up a bull. But it's interesting. The DeMeco Ryans part of it, too, the Texans. Look, DeMeco gets credit. I think there are still people who look at in-game management stuff and say, boy, he's not great. There are moments. I think DeMeco doesn't look great as a game manager type, CEO type of coach. But I also think people have forgotten that this team started 0-3.
Yeah.
Which
is an NFL death sentence.
A lesser coach, they would have quit. Like this, a lesser coach, you don't ever sniff 11 wins.
Well, not just that, you started 0-3 and lost your quarterback for a stretch after the 0-3 start.
Keeping it together while you were starting Davis Mills and going on an 8-game win streak, an 11-2 stretch after starting 0-3 and losing your quarterback, you have to give credit to DeMeco Ryans.
The only loss that the Jacksonville Jaguars have since they went to London in mid-October is to the Houston Texans in a game where the Texans outscored Jacksonville, who's had a damn good defense this year, 26-0 in the fourth quarter. 26-0 with Davis Mills coming in. It was, I mean, like that's what we're talking about here with this Houston team. They don't quit. And I think that's a big-time reflection of the head coach.
A lot of people feel like the NFC's got the Super Bowl champion, and I kind of feel that way too because the NFC, if you told me it was going to be this way preseason, I wouldn't have believed you. But the NFC is loaded, and the AFC feels a little on the weak side. Houston's the one team that I can't get past. Like, everybody's got their flaws. New England, I don't really buy can win a Super Bowl because I have a hard time. Second-year quarterbacks just don't do it, especially second-year quarterbacks who have never had a playoff start. They just don't do it. Making your playoff debut, typically, you lose. It's really difficult. The same way I feel about Chicago to an extent, but Caleb has shown me enough against good teams in the fourth quarter. I believe he can get done. Houston's the one team I look at on the AFC side, though, because that defense will travel, and the offensive environment in the AFC outside Buffalo feels so dire that you can win the race to 20.
Now, I wonder this about Denver. Can Denver win their way to a Super Bowl like they did in 2016? Where the quarterback is, I don't know, but you can win it on the back of your defense. Because we're talking about a Denver defense that's on a historic pace sack-wise right now.
if they end up,
things are going to run through Denver in altitude if they close the deal out this weekend against LA, who's resting all their guys, and thus you've got Denver as a 12.5-point favorite.
if they end up having to play Houston, I would say no, because I would trust Houston to win the race to 20 more than I would Denver. Like, not that I think Houston has the better offense, but I would trust Houston against Denver's defense more than I would trust Denver's offense against Houston's
That's
defense.
interesting, because I would actually go the other way on that. I look at Bo Nix, and Bo Nix has his flaws, plenty of them. But Bo Nix does not take sacks. And you'd be going up against a Houston defense that relies on getting to the quarterback. On the flip side, you've got C.J. Stroud, who does take sacks.
That O-line is horrific.
And that offensive line going up against this Denver defensive line, I would actually lean Denver, especially knowing that the game would be played in Denver.
I think it's made Stroud really difficult to evaluate because a lot of people will tell you he stinks. I don't think that's true at all. I think he's still really good. And in fact, I think the offense is only surviving because he's their quarterback.
Yes. The thing with C.J. Stroud is last year, he didn't match what he did. He didn't necessarily make progress year to year last season. But, you're right about the offensive line. The offensive line has let him down more times than it has helped him out over the course of his career. But the other part of it, too, is... And he's dealt with a number of injuries in the receiver room as well. But C.J. Stroud still has these moments of brilliance, too. Like, the first two drives he had against L.A. this past week, his problem is, like, we always talk about, Caleb's kind of dormant for the first three quarters sometimes, and then he explodes in the fourth quarter. C.J. Stroud will have these first quarters that look like he's the best quarterback in football. He'll go out and dominate the first, like, 2 or 3 drives of a game, and then just falls by the wayside for the final moments, and ultimately they lose the game because the offense can't deliver in crunch time. So he's like the inverse version of some of these fourth quarter closer-type quarterbacks that we've seen.
312-332-3776, still talking about the trust level that you have, head coach, quarterback, and the team totally going into the playoffs just a week and a half. We got Waddle Wednesday coming up, 7:35. Shot or no shot at 8 o'clock. A lot left to do on Cap and J Hood this morning. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky are in for the guys.
This is ESPN Chicago. Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
Get ready for kickoff. ESPN Chicago pregame tailgate. Sunday morning at 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable, large, light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Silverado 1500 pickup. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad.
Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad.
You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo
Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
$4 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. This is Yurko. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Cap and Shea Hood are back.
You got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
Cap and Jay Hood, Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky in for the guys this morning as they're off for the holidays. Happy New Year to you. Probably not a happy New Year, but hopefully a day of resolution for the Diggs family. Particularly
rough one yesterday.
The Diggs family did not have a great day yesterday.
No.
Steph Diggs charged with felony strangulation and assault. He categorically denies the allegations. According to the New England Patriots, they released a statement. But shortly after the news about Steph Diggs came out, the news about Trayvon Diggs came out, which is the Cowboys waived him.
To be honest, that may have been good news for him, right?
Probably was. He gets to go to a playoff team.
Yeah, and he didn't want to be there anymore. So I guess half and half.
The Jordan Schultz report is bizarre. Posted it on social media. I don't know if it's true, but Jordan Schultz is alleging that Trayvon Diggs, after the Christmas game in Washington, asked Schottenheimer if he could stay in D.C. because his family's from there. They stay in Washington. He wanted to be around his family for the holidays. Schotty said no. Trayvon Diggs put in another request saying if he does fly back to Dallas, he's just going to get on a plane and fly right back to D.C. anyway. So there was no point. The Cowboys again denied his request. Again, this is according to Jordan Schultz. And then a week later, released him, which is just not a great way of doing business if it's true.
Yeah, I mean, if that story is true, I am team Trayvon Diggs, especially with the way that the Cowboys were treating him this season. It seemed like by all accounts, he was healthy and ready to go for a number of these games, and they just frankly weren't letting him play. Like they were keeping him shelved and using injury as the excuse when he wanted to get back on the field. So yeah, I would fall in the Diggs camp, and I like Schotty. I kind of like what he's done with Dallas. I get it's been kind of a disaster season for them this year, but overall, I do like what I've seen from Brian Schottenheimer. And now it begs the question of, should the Bears be interested in a guy like Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, it's not often. Look, I don't love Trayvon Diggs as a player.
Neither do I. I think he had the one pop year. He had 11 picks. It was like an unheard of level defensive back season. And I'm with you. I don't think he's the greatest defensive back. He's certainly a gambler type. But if I'm the Bears, and again, I'm not putting in I don't even think they could put in the waiver claim because no one's picking up his money. He's got he signed a nearly $100 million deal a couple years ago. But when he clears waivers, inevitably,
you just sign him.
I'd be on the phone trying to sign him, and I think the Bears would be interested because of the Al Harris connection.
Yeah.
Al Harris was there for his best years as a defensive back, and even if I don't think highly of him as a player, you need bodies when you get to the playoffs.
Yep.
There's no such thing as a bad late season waiver pickup. And I think that Trayvon Diggs, it's not like there's a bunch of world beaters in the Bears defensive back room. Like Nashawn Wright's had himself a great season. We also saw Nashawn Wright get beat a couple of times against San Francisco. Who's to say Trayvon Diggs couldn't do something and have like a Nashawn Wright type of season? Because frankly, we've seen him have the Nashawn Wright type of season at a higher level before.
What I would say is, for my money, Trayvon Diggs is Nashawn Wright. He's going to get torched. He's going to get picks because he's a ball hawk. but he's also the perfect example of why you can't rely on turnovers. I've been saying this all year. One season where Trayvon Diggs gets 11 interceptions. Do you know what his career high outside of that season is? 3. Like, that's more often than not, you're going to live in the 3 takeaway side of this than the 11 takeaway side of this. He had 2 defensive touchdowns in a single season. He was first team All-Pro. He's made 1 Pro Bowl since. Now, again, I'm not here to fight it because I think ultimately you look at the Bears secondary, and is it the weakest part of the defense? No. Would I prefer that a pass rusher fall out of the sky and hit the waivers? Absolutely. But I can't make, like, Trey Hendrickson, I can't make drop out of a tree and suddenly be available. Trayvon Diggs is available. And I have to tell you, for everybody who's, like, waiting on Kyler Gordon to come back and make a huge impact, I don't know that that's going to happen.
I'll believe it when I see it.
I don't know that Kyler Gordon is a player that you can rely on. I don't know that Kyler Gordon is coming back. Because I've been told already this season, yeah, Kyler Gordon, he's ready to play. And then he hit the field for warm-ups. Next thing I know, he's on IR again. I don't know that he's coming back. So if I am the Bears and I get the opportunity to just go out and sign Trayvon Diggs, yeah, I'd take it. It's less Nick McLeod snaps.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that with a guy like Diggs, too, you bring him in, he's got the familiarity, and ultimately, when it comes down to it, if Al Harris wants him and Dennis Allen thinks it fits into the scheme, I think the Bears would be the ones that would win the war for a Trayvon Diggs, because I think Diggs would want to go where he's familiar, go with a guy who has coached him up before. I'd assume that the relationship was at least pretty good, given that Al Harris was a part of the staff there when they extended him to the big money deal that they did, paying him almost $20 million a year. So I'd imagine that if Diggs has his choice, he'd want to go to the Bears. I saw C.J. Gardner-Johnson tweeting about it yesterday, too. Like, I'd imagine if Al Harris wants him, the Bears are probably going to end up with him.
The other option I think that stood out to me and would be funny, what if Buffalo signed him?
That would be like just bringing in another Diggs.
Patriots probably are going to be without Steph Diggs for the playoffs, I would think. I have a hard time believing that he's just going to, like, weather. You get charged with felony assault. I don't think you're going to step on the field in the playoffs in 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So Buffalo just signs Trayvon Diggs ahead of playing the Patriots in the first round. It would be funny.
It would be funny. I don't know if that's where he would ultimately want to go.
No, I don't either. I think you're right on. With, like, Al Harris's presence here, the fact that they have that connection, that they know each other. If Al Harris wants Trayvon Diggs will be a big.
Yeah, I think it goes, Al Harris wants him, Dennis Allen signs off on it, and then it'll happen. Like, that would be the progression of what you'd need to do.
And really, there is no harm in doing it.
No, I mean, if he sucks, all right.
Whatever.
Then he doesn't play.
You know who else sucks? Nick McLeod. Like, this defense is bad. I can't fix the pass rush, so I might as well try to make coverage as good as possible.
And, like, look what you have spawned out of C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Right.
Has C.J. Gardner-Johnson been burned a couple times this year? Yes. Are the Bears better because they picked up C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Absolutely. He's been one of their biggest impact guys, made some of their bigger splash plays defensively ever since he's gotten here. He's one of the team leaders in sacks.
And the way that the football gods have smiled at the Bears in terms of takeaways, go get a ball hawk, because maybe you'll just rejuvenate him. I mean, it's the same thing. C.J. Gardner-Johnson was cut by Houston. Bears sign him. All of a sudden, we got a revitalized safety playing in the back end.
Yeah. To me, this is a no-lose situation. And if for some reason things go south, guess what? You just cut them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
There's no penalty for doing this.
It's not going to hurt you in 2027 because you're signing him or 2026 because you're signing him for 4 weeks, assuming you play 4 weeks of football. Like, I think it's a no-lose scenario.
Yeah. It's the same way I felt about Matthew Judon, too, who ultimately signed with the Bills. I wouldn't – listen, has Matthew Judon had a good season this year? No, he didn't have a sack when he was cut by the Dolphins. But can you lose anything by adding a pass rusher? I don't think so.
No.
And I think Buffalo saw that, and that's why they made their move on him. Ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to, is it's a no-lose situation. And if for some reason you do feel like you're starting to lose because of it, it's an easy get-out-of situation also.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt you at all. It just makes sense. And it's rare that you see an All-Pro at this time of year just be free to be signed.
And
I
not
know
just an All-Pro, but like a guy who's All-Pro like 4 years ago.
It's
too.
been years. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's been years since Trayvon Diggs was an All-Pro, but he was an All-Pro. He had an 11 interception
But it's
season.
not like
been
he's
hurt
a
this year.
37-year-old All-Pro.
No, this isn't like when
He's 27.
It's not like Stephon Gilmore at age 38 is available to be signed. You're getting a 27-year-old corner.
Yeah. He's on the right side of 30 right now, which is where you want to be for a corner. He's rested. He's healthy. He's probably healthier than a lot of your defensive backs. And we've seen Jalen Johnson deal with injuries. Like, it'd be nice to have a guy like Trayvon Diggs in your room if, God forbid, Jalen Johnson goes down with an injury during the playoffs or in the final stretch here.
312-332-3776 is the phone number if you want to get involved on any of this. We've got Waddle Wednesday coming up just on the other side of the break. Shot or no shot at 8. And the power rankings and around the NFL, 8:18. A lot left to do this morning on Cap and Jay Hood. Shane Orling and Tyler Rocky in for the guys.
Cap, Jay Hood. Cap and Jay Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports. The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Invite your ears to join us for Bears and Lions live from Soldier Field.
Here comes
Sunday, pregame tailgate at 11. Network coverage starts at 1, live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee have your hometown call at 3:25, plus postgame deep into the night. The Lions and the Bears live from Soldier Field on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall, no matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Illuminate your home with help from Menards. Now is the time to update your light fixtures and find your style with Patriot Lighting. Our Josca collection has a variety of lights, and they're all on sale, ready to take home today. Don't wait to finish your projects. Hurry in and pick up a Josca vanity light for $99.99 through December 31st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Spring into success at Triton College. Choose from 120 degree and certificate programs with credits transferable to four-year schools, affordable, Quality. Close to home? That's Triton College. Visit triton.edu/spring.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
So Waddle Wednesday on Cap and J Hood. Shane Orling, Tyler Aki filling in for the boys as they're off for the holiday. Happy New Year's Eve to you, and Happy New Year's Eve to you, Tommy. How are you?
I'm good. Tyler and Shea, the station boy band. I love it.
Oh, is that what we're
referred to as now?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not how you present yourself because you guys are awesome. But I just like saying
you've never
Tyler.
heard an awesome boy band before? Not a boy band guy.
Backstreet Boys are
when
pretty
I was younger, but I mean, I just when I say Tyler and Shea, I think of a boy band. I think like Dan and Shea, Tyler and Shea.
Is Dan and Shea a boy band?
What's that?
That's more of like a country duo, isn't
No,
it?
no, I know that. I know. Never mind. Just forget I even said it. I'm
When
just
I think
humoring
boy band,
myself.
I'm like Backstreet Boys.
Yeah,
They're like One
little
Direction,
NSYNC.
NSYNC. I'm not thinking Dan and Shea.
Tyler and Shea sounds better than Dan and Shea.
Well, thank
Tyler
you.
and Shea sounds more like a boy band than Dan and Shea. Because Tyler and Shea, to me, are more like new school names for boys or men.
Tyler, more so than Dan. Yeah.
I'm just humoring myself now, fellas. I'm sorry. I'm eating up your time, and I apologize.
We got Waddle clocking in on a holiday today.
It's not a holiday yet. It's New Year's Eve day. Come on.
That's a holiday. I mean, you're not working today. This is your work for the day.
Well, like
we're going to scare them off already.
I consider the afternoon the holiday portion of the day.
Oh, don't
Right
act
now,
like you already haven't cracked a Coors Light.
We know it.
A little shower beer for
there's
Tommy
the cough
today.
Too, ripping heaters already this time
That's
of day.
not true. It just ain't true. I'm just having coffee, guys.
Little Bailey's in there.
There's nothing
Little
wrong.
Bailey's in there.
Dude, it's New Year's Eve. Start as early as you want. There's nothing wrong with it.
I was never a fan. I'm not a fan of the Bailey's and coffee.
Oh,
if
really?
that's the case, I'm just going to have a nice glass of scotch.
There you go. There
Well,
you go.
Nothing wrong with that either. It's New Year's Eve. Do you think?
Come on, Tommy. Syrup and coffee.
No.
All right. I want to ask you the question.
Play
we
me a
started-
song, boys. No, I'm just kidding.
Can't.
Come
I
on.
don't know how. Tommy, I do want to ask you the question we started the show with, talking about the trust level of Caleb Williams, because Tyler asked me, where does he rank among all the quarterbacks that are going to be in the playoffs? How many do you trust more than Caleb?
Ooh, in the NFC or the entire spin?
Well, let's start NFC, and then we
All right,
can
give me the
go.
quarterbacks.
All right, so you got Sam Darnold.
I don't trust him. I trust Caleb as much as him, definitely.
Jalen Hurts.
I trust Jalen as bad. You know me, Tyler. I'm not a believer in the Eagles this year. I asked the guys yesterday, which of the 18 yards in the second half was your favorite in their loss or their win to the
Which
Bills?
of the 1 first downs did you like
Yeah.
most?
Yeah, I don't think Shea. I don't think they had a single first down in the second half.
By the way,
I thought they had one.
Have you seen the stat on the Eagles in the second halves like that this season? They let me find this real quick. So the Eagles are 3-0 in games where they have 5 passing yards and a half. The Packers are 0-3 in games where they don't punt.
They didn't punt. It's crazy. And this
Welcome
is
to
why,
2025
fellas,
NFL.
That's why, Tyler, recently I've said, I don't believe in the Eagles. And I know they have an 11-5 record, and I know they have pedigree. But, I watch them, and, it's not pretty. And so I'm not afraid of the Eagles, but I will give Jalen Hurts, because of how he has performed in the postseason, I will reluctantly say I trust him. But I wouldn't say I trust him. It's a tough question to answer because now I'm arguing with myself. I'm the Spider-Man meme because I do trust him in the postseason because of what he's done, but I really am not I'm not trusting. Does it make any sense?
No, and I agree with you. I said that I would put Jalen Hurts ahead of Caleb because of the postseason pedigree.
Yeah, I probably would too,
He
Tyler.
just won a Super Bowl, for God's
Yeah.
sake. I mean,
well,
and for one of the biggest things that we attribute our trust in Caleb in is his lack of turnovers. The same can be said about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
He does not turn the
right.
ball over very much.
Well, and you said he's won a Super Bowl. He has. He went to a Super Bowl the year before and played, fabulous.
Those are two of the best games of his career.
Yeah, so I'll say I trust him as much as Caleb. Yes.
All right, so then after that, take your pick of the NFC South quarterbacks.
Yeah,
you either get Bryce Young or a really banged up Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I would say a healthy Baker Mayfield. I would trust him, but he's obviously not healthy. So no, I trust Caleb more than those guys.
All right, and then
But
Go ahead.
I wouldn't say I'm not trying to spoil your question. We just saw Brock Purdy as brilliant as Caleb was in that game. Brock Purdy was better.
Yes. He was great.
Like the rewatch of that film is just it's football porn, guys. If you just watch from both sides, whether you're a 49ers fan or you're a Bears fan, when you watch what Shanahan and Ben Johnson did to inferior defenses and just toyed with them and used motion and shifting and all kinds of stuff. And then watching young quarterbacks execute at a high level, it was basically football porn. I think it comes down to, guys, not who do you trust quarterback wise. It's can you trust this defense enough to get you as far as you want to go, or who is the least trustworthy defense of this entire crew? And it's the Bears. Of all of the NFC playoff teams at this point. And I hate such a glorious season to be talking in such a dark way, but they've given up more yards and more points than any of the other NFC playoff teams.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go across, the long list of different things, they allow more points, as I said, they allow more yards, they allow more rushing yards than any team in the NFC playoffs. Only the Niners allow more passing yards. Only the Niners have had fewer sacks. Only the Carolina Panthers are worse on third down. The saving grace, as you guys know, is it's takeaways. And if you can guarantee me that they can take the ball away 2 or 3 times, I think they can get to the top of the mountain. If they don't, that's where the uncertainty comes in. So I would say, and I like your question, but I don't have any concern about the quarterback and the offense. I think it's a championship caliber offense even this early in Ben Johnson's tenure. I think it's which of the defenses that that will be out on the field during the NFC playoffs is least trustworthy, and I don't think it's even a contest. Do you guys?
No.
Well,
it
maybe
would be
San Francisco, but yeah,
and Buffalo, San Francisco. Yeah. Those would be the two that I would look at.
You spin the game from Sunday night and put it at Soldier Field. There's a great chance the Bears are the ones that end up victorious in that shootout.
Yeah.
Well, and the one thing, I know you can't predict it and you can't handicap for it, but the Bears are opportunistic. And when I look at Buffalo and when I look at San Francisco, they don't get the takeaways that the Bears get. And whether it's sustainable or not in 2026, it isn't. I got news for everybody. You're not taking the ball away 35 times in 2026. Yeah. It's not going to happen. But it's happening right now. So ride it while you got it. Buffalo and San Francisco don't have it. At least I know I can end drives by taking the football away.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I'm with you. I think that these trends last for a period of time. I'm with you 100% because it happened this year, and they have 30-some takeaways at this point. I think they have, I don't know, whatever the number is it's pretty impressive, but it doesn't really carry over to the following year necessarily. It will week to week, but it won't to the following year. You guys are right about San Francisco. Statistically, San Francisco is a little bit better in some categories, but I would say you're right. They're equally untrustworthy. It's crazy what a pass rush or a lack of pass rush does to a defense, because there was nobody pressuring anybody on the field Sunday night, and it was just basically a 7-on-7 event. That's why I think, if you have to go through a gauntlet of teams, and these aren't world beaters, but if you have to go through Seattle's defense, and then you have to go through the Rams' defense, that's where you could be tripped up. That's why I think that the ripest defense of all right now for you to face outside of the 49ers, and it's unlikely you're going to face them in the first round. So I'm looking forward to Green Bay, not for the woof-woof barking, meathead response, but because I think it's the best matchup for you, despite what you saw in the first half of Game 1 and 57 minutes of Game 2.
Well, and I think it's interesting, Waddle, because the the Packers side of things, like that was an emotional spot for them that Saturday night at Soldier Field. It's your first game without Micah. Yeah. And then we saw, all right, the emotion and the adrenaline maybe wore off a little bit. We saw what that run defense looks like against Baltimore. I would much rather face that and run the football down their throats on your home turf than face some of these powerhouse offenses or some of these teams that are a little more balanced offensively and defensively.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think your defense is going to give up points, so I need the path of least resistance for our offense. I know the offense is going to score as well. That's why it's going to be such a toss-up. I've always had a ton of respect for the Packers. The fact that they have dominated this rivalry is nauseating, but it's impressive. I think the tide is turning right now. I think they're banged up. Their offensive line has had injuries. I don't think Josh Jacobs is 100%. Defensively, you've got no Devontae Wyatt, obviously. Micah's out of there. Like, they've just had it's been one of those seasons, especially on the tail end of it, that they've really been worn down. And I don't think that's the case with the Bears. I think they're still cooking, especially on offense. So I don't see a lot of teams really shutting down this Bears offense. I say that, and then I have to remind myself that for 57 minutes they were dog trash against Green Bay. But I know it's in there, and I know that they can explode for a big number at any time, and that's what's most exciting.
I know you don't respect them, Tommy, but can I offer you Philly? Because their defense over the last 8 weeks has been stellar.
Yeah, they've been much well.
They got Jalen Carter back this past week too.
Well, yeah. I don't think the Bears played them 8 weeks ago. I mean, like, that defense wasn't very good against the Bears.
No.
So,
but looking since week 10, they're fourth in EPA. What they did against Buffalo was a reminder, too, just watching that game of, when this defense is healthy and they have their D-line fully ready and Cooper DeJean plays the way that he does, they're really stingy.
Yeah, and look, maybe, I don't know. I mean, this is one of those teams, too. Maybe I'm, a little ahead of myself and out over my skis on my lack of trust in them because of their championship pedigree, and they've shown you in the past that they can kind of turn on a dime and be a better football team. There's just something about watching them, Shea, on film that is just unsettling. Offensively, they're just it's a hard watch, and you saw that, and I know the conditions sucked in Buffalo, but it's a hard watch, and if they don't get their running game going, and by the way, that Buffalo run defense is as bad as there is in the league.
They're terrible.
And they couldn't get Saquon Barkley going, especially in the second half. But I guess my trust factor would be based on, Vic Fangio having an answer, against the Bears offense the second time around, if you know what I mean.
Do you know who they remind me a little bit, sadly, of the Chiefs a year ago, where they're impossible to watch. Every game is grotesque.
Yeah.
But they find ways to win low-scoring games.
Well, the one thing I would say about that, Shea, is that, like, their body language and their pedigree and their just how they approach things, the Chiefs, leaves me more confident that they can do something like that versus this Philly team, I think, just wants to go into the locker room and just throw haymakers at each other.
Yeah.
And, the A's, that's what they used to say about the Oakland A's in the early 70s, 25 cabs for 25 guys, but it worked. I think that's kind of the theme with this Eagles team. But it's just such a hard watch on film because you want to puke when you watch that offense.
More with Tom Waddle coming up after this. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky, in for Cap and Jay Hood.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Orling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Beer.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable, large, light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Silverado 1500 pickup. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
Hey, football fans, the playoffs are drawing near, and a well-executed game plan is the key to winning. Retirement is no different. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, former pro football player turned retirement pro and founder of MitchLyonsWealth.com. I want to ensure you have a winning game plan. Get our free retirement toolkit that includes my book, Retirement of Steel, along with guides for Social Security, taxes, and more. Call 844-867-8335 or 844-86-STEEL. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Captain Jay Hood, Shea Norling, and Tyler Rocky in for the boys. Waddle Wednesday. We've got Tommy with us. Tommy,
Shea, you going to be puking in anyone's backyard tonight?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah. 100%.
Are you?
No, I will not. No.
Are you going to make it to midnight?
Probably not. Probably not. Listen, I already celebrated. This morning it was, I think, at 7 o'clock our time, New Zealand or Australia celebrated the New Year, and I celebrated with them. So
nice. All right. So you're already in the New Year, so Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You guys as well.
Tommy, the place I'm going to tonight does not have a backyard, so I can't throw up in their backyard.
Where are you going?
Just a buddy's apartment.
Are you going to throw up in his bathtub?
Remains to be seen. My guess would
Wasn't
be
it
no.
Potty who did that?
Yeah.
Potty threw up and fell asleep in his own bathtub?
Correct.
Yes.
I threw up in Tyler's backyard.
He was in a fetal position in his own bathtub.
Listen, I give you 100% credit for effort. No question.
Tommy, you
I
told
got
me
a trivia question for you, Shea.
There we go. What do you got?
All right. Tyler knows this. And it's highlighting what a special season it has been for the Bears defensively, taking the ball away. And I think one of the things that people don't give this Bears team, I know you guys do, but a lot of people don't acknowledge. They acknowledge the explosiveness and the playmakers. But their ability to take care of the football has been just unbelievable. They've only turned it over 10 times this year. For a high-octane offense that big play hunts the way that they do, it is pretty remarkable. They've only turned it over 10 times. They've taken it away 32 times. They're plus 22, which is the best in the NFL by 8. So I ask you, when is the last time an NFL team led the league, and who was it, led the league in both takeaways and fewest number of turnovers?
Jesus.
Waddle, I don't know if I do know this.
Oh, you don't? I thought I gave this
maybe I just forgot it.
Okay. Well, then you can give it a guess.
I would guess
it's very common.
Yeah. My initial guess would have been one of those Legion of Boom Seahawks teams.
No.
I want to ask for give me an era. Give me era help at least. Because I know the Cowboys have taken the ball away a ton. They had incredible turnover luck the last 5 years.
But Prescott probably gave it away.
Right. But I'm like, do I believe that they held on to the ball?
It happened in your lifetime. Let's say the last 25 years. Let's say the last 20 years.
Last 20 years.
Oh, okay. I do know it. Go ahead, Shea. Make your guess.
They're near and dear to your heart.
They're near. Was it the 07 Patriots?
Close. It's the 2010 Patriots.
Okay.
The last team to lead the league in takeaways and fewest turnovers.
I believe there was
and
an
do you
MVP
know
year.
what they're? And I'm not trying to forecast anything happening.
They lost to the Super Bowl to the Giants in the Super Bowl.
No, they lost to the.
Oh, was that when they lost to the Jets?
To the Jets, 28-21 in the first round.
The following year, they went to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Well,
and again, I don't bring that up to foreshadow anything. I was asking myself the other day, when was the last time an NFL team led the league in takeaways and the fewest number of turnovers? And that's what that's AI told me it was the 2010.
Yeah, that's because Brady won MVP and then they lost to the Sanchez in the divisional round at home. I remember that. It's not
a good bit of trivia.
It is. It's not unfair though. Like, not that I'm concerned about the Bears winning their first game because of the turnover differential, but it is like once you start playing playoff teams and you get into that environment in January, it's hard to rely on it as much.
Look at the game from Sunday night, guys. Like, you won the turnover battle 1-0, right? Without that turnover, it's an 11-point game.
Right.
So that takeaway actually put them in position to win that game.
I mean, that takeaway covered up the fact that, like, how many people actually realized that the Bears went 3 and out on their first 2 possessions?
Yeah.
In that game.
It's crazy. And defensively, guys, too. I mean, I know I'm all over the place, but do you guys realize in that game that the 49ers had 6 touchdown drives of 65 yards or longer?
Yeah.
6 touchdown drives.
Just march.
65 yards or longer. The week before against the Packers had 7 drives of 40 yards or more, and we all know they didn't punt.
The number of 3rd and longs that the Bears gave up to against the Niners. Like, you can't live that way in the playoffs. If you have to get off the field when you set up a 3rd and long.
And that's an interesting point because early in the season to about maybe the 10-week part, they were a top 5, top 7 third down defense.
Yeah.
Currently, they don't rank nearly as high. I believe they're what are they now? They're 19th. So they've struggled on third downs. I don't think that they were very good. They were very good in the red zone against the Packers, but I believe the Packers were 6 of 12 or 8 of 12 or something gaudy.
Yeah. Yesterday, Waddle, I don't know if you heard it, but we were talking about Cap's battle with his love sack couch.
I did. It was great.
And he called in. So he's always getting worried about us when we fill in. Don't lose the license.
Yeah.
And he had this phone call. We wanted to play this for you in case you didn't hear it because it's unbelievable. Just listen to this and then give me your thoughts after, okay? It's about a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Love you, man.
Yes.
But come on, Sparkles, we can do this. I will drive from Michigan to your house in wherever you're in Wisconsin. All I want is a no cash needed.
I could probably get that done.
Let's get it done then, Cap. I'll even wear my...
Have you ever done one of these?
Cap, I've been since 2013 when I bought my first one.
Oh, so you have experience with sack.
All over
I
my
had a guy reach out. On his messages, we went back and forth. He said, trust me, once you get it, you're going to love this thing. Is that
Absolutely
true?
agreed. Absolutely agreed. Here's the challenge. The first time you the are very tight. I've done some math. It's very difficult the very first time.
All right, will you give your number to AI Jack?
Absolutely, sir. And happy New Year to you, by the way.
I'm not good with the handy stuff.
Your thoughts, Tommy?
It sounded like, there was an exchange of favors there.
Maybe more than favors.
Was that the CEO of the company?
No. That was Jay in Michigan who was offering
to drive to
to Wisconsin to build his couch.
That's fabulous.
Oh, man.
That is something
You got it done, though. You got it done.
He did. Listen, what do they say? The squeaky wheel gets the grease. And it was, trust me, the power of Big Cat was on display there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the CEO DM'd Cap.
Yeah.
Slid into his DM. Once Big Cat gets involved on
It's
something
over.
like that,
You don't want that, as he says, you don't want this smoke.
No.
And he told us, he told us yesterday on the air, he was like, he started doing that just to make fun of people with the blue check marks who were complaining, and then he turned it into, now I'm helping everybody.
Yeah.
It's great.
So funny.
Tommy, thank you for coming on with us this morning. Happy
You got
New
it.
Year
By the
to
way,
you.
Bears are gonna boat race the Lions. I can't understand why that line's only 3.
Ooh, all right.
All right. I mean, I
guys
kind of
are
feel
nervous,
that way,
aren't
too.
you?
I lean that way, too. No, I'm with you.
It's just the Bears are terrible. Or the Lions are terrible.
Lions are terrible.
They're
They've lost 3 in a row, 4 of 5, and 7 of 11. Like, no, I can't believe that number started at 2.5.
If the Bears come out and score on their opening drive, you'll just put this team to bed.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yep.
All right, Tommy, thank you. Have a happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Tommy.
You got it, guys. Happy New Year.
We got Shot or No Shot coming up next on Cap and Jay Hood. Shane Orling and Tyler Rocky in for the boys.
This is Cap and Jay Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today, and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the bean? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Chicago Verizon store today, and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1H 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person looking at the deal. Additional terms apply.
Going out for New Year's? Let the CTA be your driver. We'll get you anywhere in the city and back for just $5. It's less money on travel and more on celebrating. Avoid the headache of traffic and expensive rideshare surge pricing and take the CTA. With Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Find the best route to get anywhere in the city at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Blackhawks fans, the wait is over. Don't miss a second of the action at the United Center this season.
Connor Bedard, high slot. Bedard, right circle, moves in, put it on the net. They score! Tyler Bertuzzi!
From Centennial celebrations to can't-miss matchups, now is your chance to be part of the energy, the history, and create unforgettable moments.
What a save made by Knight!
Secure your seats today at Blackhawks.com/tickets.
Hey guys, I get it. You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for your heat than your neighbors, it's time for new windows. Do not wait. Put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Cap and Jay Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Stop already.
Good morning on Cap and Jay Hood. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky in for the boys on the holiday. We've got the power rankings coming up and around the NFL, Tyler.
I'm excited.
Freshly minted Week 18 power rankings.
Love it. Love it.
Coming up and around the NFL. But before we get to that, it is time for Shot or No Shot. Here is Aiden O'Connor.
Good morning, boys.
Well done.
How are we on this New Year's Eve?
I'm doing great, man. Happy to be here.
Good. Thank you,
AOC.
Shea. Took some flack from Hoodie earlier in the week. Didn't want to steal your bit, but I like it.
What?
For not saying the good morning, boys.
Well,
no,
you got to
that's
say good morning, boys.
That's not even a Shea bit. Like that stems back to Zetterman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Didn't even know that.
But it is a fill-in shot or no shot rite of passage where if you just dive right into it, you catch grief. Ask Jack. Jack knows.
Oh, yeah.
Jack's been there before.
Been there for sure.
Been there myself, too.
The last time I listened to Jack filling in for me in that chair, all he got was flack from Hoodie. That's all he got. It was the rite of passage of Jack, you are terrible today, over and over again.
I will say,
and Jack, you were. It was
a bad day for me. What can I say?
It was not your best work.
Listen, man, we all have them. Matthew Stafford was going to win MVP. Had a bad Monday. Case of the Mondays.
I will say when I filled in earlier this week, and instead of just giving me flack, I was told you're just like AI Jack, and I was like, wow, I messed up, and now Jack's under the bus. My bad. All right, let's get the shot
AOC?
Or no shot. Let's start with the Bears and Caleb Williams. Talked about our trust level earlier in the quarterback. He needs 270 passing yards on Sunday to be the first Bears quarterback to pass for 4,000 yards in a season. Shot or no shot. Ben Johnson will make sure that happens on Sunday to shut everyone up.
No shot. No shot. You look at the Lions' defensive line and what they've given up on the ground and what this team, the Bears, lives on offensively. I do not think that Ben Johnson will put 4,000 yards ahead of the best way to beat this team. The Lions got popped for 250 yards by a Steelers offense that does not run the ball. They all year the Steelers have struggled to run the football. Against Detroit, they ran it for 250. I don't feel like Ben Johnson's going to get away from what the bread and butter of this offense is, which is ground and pound, so that he can hit a 4,000-yard marker. Guys, Caleb will throw for 4,000 yards. It's going to happen. It might not happen this season, but it will happen. You don't need to force it. Just go, win the game, secure the 2 seed. We're good.
The thing we've learned, and I agree with you, that it's a no shot. I agree because winning trumps everything for Ben Johnson. He cares more about winning than any personal accolade that can go out there. And I agree with you. Caleb Williams will throw for 4,000 yards. Like, if Caleb Williams was completing 62% of his passes, he'd be well over 4,000 yards right now. And we wouldn't even be having this conversation. It would be something that would be in the past. I think Ben Johnson realizes that, all right, once we do build Caleb up to being a 62, 63% passer, we'll get by this number. We'll shed this ghost with ease. So, yeah, I think it's a no shot. They're going to go for the win because the win is far more important in Ben Johnson's eyes than having a 4,000-yard passer this year.
It doesn't even feel like a monkey on the back anymore. Like, no, I get that you haven't had a quarterback throw for 4,000 yards and you'd like to see it. It is much more important to me that I feel like Caleb is a quarterback I can win a championship with than that he's a quarterback who throws for 4,000 yards. Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl last year. How many yards did he throw for? It's like 2,800.
Well, I was talking about it with Pat earlier last week on Christmas Eve, but you see how many quarterbacks are going to throw for 4,000 yards in all likelihood this year? It's going to be one of the lower numbers that we've seen. Like, usually you get somewhere in the neighborhood of like 10 to 11. This year, you're probably looking at only like 6 or 7, maybe 8 that are out there. Don't do it, Jack. Don't do it. I saw you try to do it. You're only looking at a handful this year as opposed to usually you're getting like 10 or 11. So I think part of it is the kickoff rules, too.
Well, yeah, that is part of it because drives are starting way further down the field. Another part of it is why Mel Kiper was so angry. There's a lot of too high safeties. People are trying to stop the vertical passing game.
Yeah.
It's why the run game came back the last couple years. All right, AOC, what else?
Yeah, and I completely agree with you guys there, by the way. I think it's silly. It literally what it is for a certain media outlet, no matter what it is, one of those, sleeper, the Bears still have not had a 4,000-yard passer. Who cares? Caleb could have the best season ever.
All the call she accounts.
Exactly, yeah. The little green box next to the name that apparently means something. All
How
right.
about J.J. Watt throwing the little green box under the bus earlier this week?
All right,
incredible.
Let's stick with the Bears here. And I was looking for an angle to take with this one because there's so many names that have been integral to this coaching staff this year. CBS Sports' Jonathan Jones had a report over the weekend that the Bears coaching staff will be, quote, rated in the offseason. We'll go with one name here, shot or no shot. Al Harris will be a defensive coordinator in the NFL as soon as next season.
Shot.
Whole round of shots.
Yeah. He's gone. Yeah, a whole round.
You know where
of
he's
shots.
going? He's probably going back to Dallas. I mean, Eberflus, it seems like, is going to be fired when we get to the end of the season. I'd imagine Al Harris has to be high on the list of guys to make as the DC there.
Yeah, Al Harris is gone. And it's get used to it, man. If your team's going to be good, your coaching staff's going to get rated year over year. The key, and I've said this, the key for the Bears is they will lose neither play caller. It's why I always wanted an offensive head coach. It's why I think you're at a distinct advantage if you hire an offensive head coach. And the only team I really look at that has a defensive head coach and won't get punished for it would be New England, because their offensive play caller has had 2 shots already at being a head coach.
I think the other part, too, is, and not necessarily like guys have needed like to rehab images or anything like that, but the level of staff that Ben Johnson was able to attract, top to bottom. Like, we can clown what Press Taylor was in Jacksonville, but when you have Press Taylor as your passing game coordinator, as like someone who's on a lower level, when he was an offensive coordinator the year before, that's special stuff to basically get guys that are willing to accept a demotion. Same thing with a guy like Eric Bieniemy. Eric Bieniemy is overqualified to be a running backs coach at this point. But you got him to go out there. He's rehabbed his ability to coach this season, and he's a guy who could get an offensive coordinator job in this upcoming cycle, especially with the way that we may see some shifts throughout the league. So it's why I'm not worried about the lower level guys and like the position coaches, because Ben Johnson has shown an ability to attract the best of the best. Like, Al Harris is among the best of the best defensive back coaches. For what he is, Eric Bieniemy is one of the best running back coaches. And you have Antoine Randall, one of the best receiver coaches. You've had that ability to attract these guys, and I think even though the Bears are going to lose staff, I think the Ben Johnson effect is you're going to be able to gain staff. So, like, let's say Mike McDaniel got fired or whatever, and Declan Doyle goes and takes a play-calling OC job somewhere. You may be able to land a Mike McDaniel on your staff, or maybe not Mike McDaniel because he'd go call plays somewhere, but you'd be able to land someone like of that stature on your staff.
But again, to me, it doesn't matter because, like your
play callers are there. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
When you're good, you're going to lose assistant coaches. This is the nature of the league. Teams need to replace their assistants. They will raid your staff to do it. But Dennis Allen's not getting another bite at the apple. He's going to be your defensive coordinator. He's failed twice as a head coach. As long as he's good, like, the only way that he's leaving here is if he gets fired. And he's not getting fired.
Nope.
So as long as you know you have your DC, you know you have your play caller on that side, and your head coach is calling plays, and he's not giving up the play sheet. So you're good. Replacing play callers is where teams get in trouble. That's why the Eagles have struggled offensively, because they replace their play caller every single season. And they're still looking for Shane Steichen. The Lions are going to be looking for Ben Johnson forever.
Yeah.
The Bears don't have to worry about it. It's why I would always hire a play-calling offensive head coach, because then I don't have to worry about losing the guy that's calling plays for my quarterback. And defensively, you hired somebody who's had 2 shots at it and failed twice. He's not going anywhere. Like, they set themselves up right to sustain losing assistant coaches. I'm cool with it.
It's how Kansas City sustained their success. It's because it's been Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo. So,
all right, Aiden.
All right, moving to a broader picture with the NFL as a whole, after just the garbage bowl of a game between the Giants and Raiders and all the, quote, injuries in the week leading up to it, you'll get Max Crosby sent home with a knee injury, and then he's shooting, he's playing around, playing basketball on social media. The NFL, shot or no shot, the NFL will have to move to a draft lottery in the near future.
That's a no shot. I think the NFL is designed in a way where anyone can beat anyone on any given night, no matter what you do, tanking measure-wise. Like, we just saw Max Brosmer go out there and beat the Detroit Lions, a team that won 15 games a year ago, late in the season. And the Detroit Lions, I get that there are some critical injuries, but Jared Goff was out there, Aiden Hutchinson was out there, Amon-Ra St. Brown was out there, Jahmyr Gibbs was out there. Like, there were all pros on the field for that team. So that's a no shot. I think the NFL kind of likes the fact that they are the league of parity and that they don't feel like there's a need to put a draft lottery in place.
It's a no shot for me, and honestly, I hate draft lotteries. I think they're punitive more than anything. It's not like it stopped tanking in the NBA. The NBA is still looking at ways to curb tanking. They flattened the lottery odds where it's wound up that the worst team does not ever get the number one pick, and they're still looking for ways to stop teams from tanking. The reality in the NFL is teams often aren't tanking. They're just awful. Like the Raiders, you can't tell me that the Raiders tanked this year. They hired Pete Carroll, who is 70.
They traded for Geno Smith.
Like they blew up their future to try to win. They're just awful. They didn't tank. The Giants didn't tank, and they should have. Like there was no reason Dexter Lawrence should have been playing against the Raiders.
Yeah.
There was no reason. None of these guys should have been on the field. Brian Burns shouldn't have been on the field. Jackson Dart shouldn't have been on the field. None of these guys should have been playing, but they played and they won. The Jets aren't tanking. The Jets are awful. So it's like at some point you're not saying don't tank. You're just punishing bad teams. I don't think there's any reason to have a lottery in the NFL draft.
All right, moving on. Malik Willis started his first game of the season last week against the Ravens. He's played 4 games in total with an 85% completion percentage, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Small sample size, whether it be as a bridge quarterback or not, shot or no shot, Malik Willis has played his way into a starting spot next season.
Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot, especially given what the draft looks like quarterback-wise this year. You may see guys get drafted in the first round as a quarterback this year who don't necessarily start day one. And there is a Malik Willis there to kind of bring along some of these younger guys, especially if there's a guy who's leaving after 3 years. So, yeah, that's a total shot from me. I think Malik Willis probably earned himself about $50-60 million on Saturday night.
Yeah, dude, it's Matt Flynn all over again. Remember when Matt Flynn went nuts when Rodgers was hurt?
He had, a 400-yard? No, it was the Week 17 game where the Packers were sitting all their guys.
And they destroyed I believe it was the Lions. Destroyed them. Matt Flynn went for 400 yards. Matt Flynn got signed 3-year deal. He got paid in Seattle.
And then didn't even win the job.
This is that all over again. Now, I'm not saying Malik Willis is going to have the same trajectory as Matt Flynn because, man, he looked good. He looked good enough that I think Packers fans were probably like, do we start Malik Willis when we get to the playoffs?
I heard some of those rumblings in the stands in Green Bay that day.
But also think about all the teams that have quarterback questions. Like the Panthers are being faced with the idea of you give Bryce Young a 5th-year option that might cost him $27 million. If I'm Dave Canales and I go, Bryce Young just threw for 50 yards in a game where we could have clinched the division and we lost, and he was no part of our offense, do you pick up a damn near $30 million 5th-year option in 2 years on Bryce? Or do you go pay Malik Willis? Do you go pay Mac Jones? Like, this is the way we've seen the league work. Seattle went and got Sam Darnold. It's the same deal here. And
Seattle went and got Geno Smith first, too.
Like
Daniel Jones.
Malik Willis has shown me enough. 100% he's going to get an opportunity to start in this league. He's going to get paid this offseason.
Yep.
All right, that it?
That's all we got time for.
That'll do it for Shot or No Shot. We've got Around the NFL coming up next. It is a Power Rankings edition, hot off the presses.
All
My
right.
Week 18 Power Rankings with some movement. We'll get to it next. Shea Norling, Tyler Rocky in for Cap and J Hood.
It's Cap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, we've got your college football playoff quarterfinals. New Year's Eve on ESPN Chicago, a college football triple-header filled with Big Ten powerhouses. We start at 10 a.m. with Iowa versus Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl, followed by Michigan and Texas in the Citrus Bowl. Then at 7:30, the playoff quarterfinals begin with the Cotton Bowl. Number 2 Ohio State versus 10th-ranked Miami. Plus another triple-header New Year's Day. The college football playoffs presented by Menards on ESPN Chicago.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Now with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. Visit vasectomychicago.com with 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
When a trophy is raised, it can feel like the season's over. But on the ESPN app, it never really is. Because with more than 47,000 live events, plus originals, highlights, and coverage from every corner of the sports world, there's always something to dive into. No off-season, just everything a fan needs to keep going. Always in season. Get all of ESPN all in one place. Download the ESPN app on your TV or phone today.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Oh, yeah, it's a big week.
The Bears are in, but there's still plenty to play for. Detroit comes to Chicago with playoff seeding on the line.
ESPN Chicago's immersive coverage is presented by Chevy Drive Chicago, the official truck of the Chicago Bears.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the National Football League. I'm Captain Jay Hood, Shea Norling, Tyler Ockian for the guys. And it is a Wednesday, which means it is my Power Rankings Wednesday.
Love it.
And the OLI, as always requested by Hoodie, would be the 4 teams that are trying to still get into the playoffs. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Carolina, and Tampa, none of whom I respect. And the LA Chargers as the 11th team. The rest of the top 10 will all already be in.
You've got LA as the...
It's just the injuries. I can't look past them.
Okay.
And what happened to them against Houston, the turnovers. We saw what Justin Herbert looked like when he was pressured consistently. I know Jim Harbaugh calls them all types of things, Matador, whatever, Ethan Hunt, Picasso. Herbert has been awesome this year, but we saw when they go up against a team that can pressure him without their tackles, it's going to be ugly.
But it wasn't necessarily Herbert's fault they lost that game. If Dicker doesn't miss a chip shot and an extra point, that game's going to overtime.
I'm not saying it was Herbert's. It would have been Herbert's fault that they won the game if they had. He was a superhero for them. Yeah. They can't keep him upright. They can't protect him. Their offense can't operate. I don't think they're going to be some long-term staying power in the playoffs. I think they'll be a pretty early exit.
There's actually a team that I think you're going to have in your power rankings that I would put LA ahead of.
All right, well, let's start.
They may be at number 10.
So. Number 10 is the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, that's not the team I would have gone with.
I have them down 2 spots after what happened on Sunday. If you had told me that their defense would allow 18 yards and a half and the Bills would lose, I'd have laughed at you. I would have thought it's impossible. Josh Allen played horribly. When he takes sacks and when he plays the way that he played, they're not going to win games. That can't happen. They couldn't run the ball with James Cook. Philly locked in defensively in a way I haven't seen in a while, where they looked really impressive with Jalen Carter back healthy. But it does knock Buffalo down a couple spots.
Josh Allen has 2 to 3 of those a year. Just absolute clunker games, and they never win them. And the fact that they even had a chance, they put it down to 1 play on the 2-point conversion to try to win. I'm not going to say it was impressive, but it was definitely out of the ordinary for what we're used to seeing from Buffalo.
And much like Herbert, he would have been the reason that they won the game if they had won the game.
Yeah.
As always, Josh Allen puts the cape on late. And if they don't miss an extra point or have it blocked, which Jalen Carter, again, outstanding. You get the extra point blocked, they would have just kicked an extra point to win the game.
Yeah.
Instead, they had to go for 2, which I still think you just go for overtime. Both teams are guaranteed a possession now. What are you doing going for 2 at home?
I didn't have as much of a problem with it because I didn't feel like the game meant a ton to Buffalo.
Fair.
So
at 9, I have the Philadelphia Eagles, who were previously unranked in the top 10. But it was a vintage defensive performance against the Bills. I had to respect it. If that's who they are, can they do a little bit of what I think Houston can do and win a race to 20 a few times? Maybe. Defensively, they were stellar. Offensively, we still got problems. They cannot run the ball. If they can get Lane Johnson back, maybe that changes. A lot of this has to do with injuries up front. But even when they had Lane Johnson, they weren't running the ball well this year.
Yeah. At some point, I feel like a switch has to flip, but like they've been given every opportunity to have that switch flip and nothing happened. So.
Were either of those teams the team you put the Chargers ahead of?
No.
At 8, I have the Denver Broncos. I'm actually dropping them 2 spots despite the win over Kansas City on Christmas. It was so uninspiring, the way that they won that game. And you keep needing Bo Nix to pull the rabbit out of the hat. I don't trust Bo Nix to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Defensively, they're outstanding. Offensively, I don't know what I'm getting on a game-in, game-out basis. And they could as easily go to the Super Bowl as they could be they're likely going to be the 1 seed, be a divisional round exit. I could see both cases for them. If they're going to get what they got on Christmas out of Bo Nix in the offense, they're going to go home early.
That's the thing is, though, I could say that probably about like 13 or like 11 or 10 of the playoff teams where I would be, and frankly, all 12 teams I could see that'll be playing in the divisional or the wild card weekend. All 12 teams have a chance to win their opening games.
At 7, the Chicago Bears. Once again unmoved. I've had them at 7 for 3 weeks now. Lost a game, but the offense was so good, and they do get the takeaway. It's just, you're going to have to find ways to get off the field on 3rd down. As much as I don't trust that you're going to get takeaways, I also don't trust that every 3rd and long against you is going to be party time. San Francisco was unbelievable offensively, and that might have been the best game I've ever seen from Brock Purdy. So I had a hard time moving the Bears down because they showed me at least they can win a shootout. They ran out of time.
Okay, I cannot believe this, but the team that I would have put LA over, you still have not said.
Really?
I think you're going to say them next, though.
At 6, I have the San Francisco 49ers.
Nope, not the team.
Up 4 spots. I really respect what I saw out of Brock Purdy, and I've been a long-time Brock Purdy hater. I've called him a fraud. I've called him a rat. I've said Shanny can do this with anybody, and Brock Purdy's not real. But what I saw from Brock Purdy against the Bears was special. Every time that he did get pressured, he was evading it in ways that, like, you have to be special to evade it. Running in the 2 touchdowns that he ran in, the 3rd and longs that he converted, it wasn't like it was boundary stuff that was set up for him. He was attacking the middle of the field, and he was doing it without George Kittle. When you lose all your weapons and you really can't run the ball despite the counting numbers from McCaffrey, and Brock Purdy's able to do what he does, I have to respect it. Their offense is incredible.
Mm-hmm. So I'll play out on the field there. Listen, San Francisco is going to be one of the more interesting teams in the playoffs this year.
At 5, I wonder if this is the team. I have the Jacksonville Jaguars.
No.
Unmoved, I had the Jags at 5 last week. I think I know who you're going to say.
I'm baffled right now that you've got this team as high as you do.
I'm like gaslighting myself, wondering if I forgot somebody.
I think you may have.
I have the Jags unmoved. I think they validated their spot in the top 5. They became the first team all season to win a game after playing in Denver.
You forgot a team then.
Tyler, I think I'm with you here, too.
You forgot a team. But, okay, keep going. I'll tell you the team that I think it is at the end.
I didn't forget a team. I may have forgotten to mention a team, but they would be in the OLI if it's Green Bay.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah, Green Bay would be in the OLI. I apologize.
All right.
Listen,
we're good then.
Deserving of forgetting them after how they got blown out by Baltimore at home. At 4, I have the Houston Texans unmoved.
Yep.
Beat the Chargers in SoFi in reasonably convincing fashion, despite the bizarre turnovers. And they were bizarre. But those first 2 possessions, C.J. Stroud long ball connections, and it wasn't Nico Collins on the other end, their offense has shown signs of life, and defensively, they are the best unit in football. I would put their defense up against any other side of the ball you want to offer, whether it's the Rams offense, whether it's the Denver defense. Houston is the best unit. Houston's defense, the best unit I've watched in the NFL all year.
They're dominant. They get after the quarterback. There's a reason they've got the longest win streak in the NFL right now. And it saved their season.
At 3, the LA Rams, dropping 2 spots. I've had them at 1 despite losses this year. I think you could still make an argument to keep them at 1 despite a loss to Atlanta, where they kind of clearly checked out of things. They knew we're not getting the 1 seed. The meaning of that game had been reduced a little bit. Defensively, they have some issues. They've been one of the better defenses in football all year, but since week 10, they're outside the top 10 defensively. And it's showing up on tape. They're struggling to stop the run. They are struggling to get off the field as much as they did early on. The special teams have been a problem all season. I think there are worthy concerns starting to seep in with the Rams.
Now, I don't think they necessarily checked out because I do think that there was something to play for last week. And it's the right to be the 5th seed. Because if you're the Rams or you're any team that's in the wild card slots right now, you want to play Carolina or Tampa, you're going on the road no matter what. But you want to play Carolina or Tampa.
Do the Rams want to play Carolina?
Maybe not, but you want to play those teams a hell of a lot more than you want to play Philly or Chicago.
At 2, the New England Patriots, up 1 spot. Drake May had the offensive performance of the season against the Jets. He became the first quarterback in NFL history to complete 90% of his passes with 4 touchdowns and 200 yards in a single half. He was unbelievable. I get that the Jets are like playing against air, but they do play football for money, and Drake May destroyed them, and it may have won him an MVP.
Yep. I can't disagree with anything that you said right there.
And at 1, I've got the Seattle Seahawks up 1 spot. They've sat at 2 basically for the last 6 weeks. They survived what I thought was a pretty sneaky, tough spot on the road last week. They're going to play for the number 1 seed on Saturday night. They've become completely impossible to deny. They have the best point differential in the NFL. They've scored points in bunches defensively. They're second only to Houston in my mind. They're outstanding. They're super well coached. Mike McDonald's done an incredible job. They are, for my money, the best team in football right now. Whether that means they can survive a playoff run remains to be seen. Because once you put Sam Darnold in the playoffs, and he has turned the ball over a lot lately. Basically, since week 12, he's a turnover machine. I don't know if it's totally trustworthy for a long playoff run. But right now, they are the best team in football.
Best point differential in the sport, and big test for them this weekend, too. Who would have thought that a team who has one of the best records in the sport is playing for a division this weekend?
It's the same thing that happened last year, where you had the 14-win duel between the Lions and Vikings, both playing for the 1 seed.
See you in 2 weeks.
It is brutal, man. And I do, can we get this rule changed at some point where winning a division guarantees that you play a game at home?
It was up for vote this past offseason, and I believe the Lions were the one that spearheaded it, but then they withdrew the proposal.
And it was bizarre. Like, the Lions put it out there despite winning that game and getting the advantage of it. But it is kind of ridiculous that your season, like, the Niners are a 12-win team. They've been awesome offensively all year. And if they don't win the final game, they have to go on the road because Carolina or Tampa has to win the division by default.
Yeah.
It's just a dumb rule.
It's terrible. Terrible.
All right, let's look at the power rankings. The Seattle Seahawks claiming the number 1 spot for the first time all season. When we come back, we have an end-of-the-year special sitting here on New Year's Eve. The 5 best and 5 worst moments in Chicago sports all season, brought to you by one Tyler Rocky. We'll do it next. Cap and Jay Hood, Shea Norling, Tyler Rocky in for the guys.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Going out for New Year's? Let the CTA be your driver. We'll get you anywhere in the city and back for just $5. It's less money on travel and more on celebrating. Avoid the headache of traffic and expensive rideshare surge pricing and take the CTA. With Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Find the best route to get anywhere in the city at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey guys, Yurko here for Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch is a former Pro Bowl player like me, but now he's a retirement pro, and he knows the value of a winning game plan. I want you to get Mitch's retirement toolkit for the Yurko special price of, wait for it, nada! That's right, it's free. This kit includes his book, Retirement of Steel, along with guides for Social Security, taxes, and more. Call 844-867-8335. That's 844-86-STEEL for your retirement toolkit. Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You know me, I hate the cold, and I don't like dealing with cold drafts in my house. That's why we called Window Nation a few years ago, and the difference, incredible. Right now, it's a great time for you to do the same. Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale is going on now. Plus, you get your new windows with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. So if you feel drafts, see fog or mold around the frame, and your heating bill keeps on jumping, it is time. Do not wait. Visit windownation.com today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The Chicago Wolves begin the new year this Saturday night at Allstate Arena with their annual Glow Game. Get your tickets for the Chicago Wolves versus the Grand Rapids Griffins for the Glow Game this Saturday at 7 p.m. at Allstate Arena. Let's glow, Wolves.
Now back to Cap and Jay Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's Cap and Jay Hood, Shea Norling, Tyler Rocky in for the boys on a New Year's Eve. And with the year coming to a close, Tyler texted me last night, said that he has his list of the top 5 best and top 5 worst moments of the year in Chicago sports. But you also have an OLI. You said you have 12 total
I have
moments.
12 moments on both sides, both for good and for bad.
I have one worst moment, just one, because it uniquely pissed me off.
Yeah.
My worst moment of the year in Chicago sports is Braden Shen taking Connor Bedard out.
You know what? That is my number 5 worst moment of
all right.
2025.
We're matched up.
So
uniquely pissed me off because I was going to the game the next day and I got robbed of seeing Connor Bedard with 0.8 seconds left on the clock.
Takes a cross check off of a face-off in a 1-goal game.
In one play, Chicago was robbed of good hockey this winter. We were robbed of a potential Hart Trophy contender. And I was robbed of seeing Connor Bedard live.
Well, then I don't know if people have been following too, because like the Blackhawks were in a playoff spot around Thanksgiving. It's changed so quickly that last night, heading into last night before they picked up a point in the shootout loss to the Islanders last night, they were tied for the fewest points in all of hockey. Like it flipped on a dime. So that was my number 5 worst moment in Chicago sports this year because it completely turned the Blackhawks season. They went from becoming a playoff contender to potentially being in line for the number 1 overall pick again.
They are 1-7 since losing Bedard.
I saw the stat last night too. They were on the power play. They scored on this power play, but they were 2 for 19, I believe, on power plays since Bedard's been injured.
Terrible.
It's been awful. All right, so you want me to start with the worst then?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'll give you some of the outside looking ins, and you tell me if you think any of them should have made my top 5 after I give the top 5, all right? Justin Steele needing Tommy John surgery, especially with how things played out for the Cubs pitching-wise in the playoffs. If they have Justin Steele, they certainly could have made a run to the World Series.
It felt like the season was over when it happened.
It did.
And it was April.
All right, I've got the Bulls, the report that the Bulls were not interested in Giannis. You talk about a guy who could have come in, completely changed things. Sounded like Giannis's camp reached out, tried to facilitate a trade. Nope, that's not going to be the case. The Bulls getting absolutely nothing for Zach LaVine in the trade. They just got their pick back and some role players. That, I think, frustrated a lot of Bulls fans. The CHSN battle. And now I have it outside looking in because it eventually got resolved during the year. But the battle with CHSN and Xfinity was one for me. The Packers trading for Micah Parsons. And I get that that's an outside team of Chicago, but the impact of what it had in the rivalry, and especially with the Bears being where they're at right now, boy, Micah Parsons would look nice in a Bears uniform if you could have facilitated a trade there. The Seth Wickersham book and the implications that it had on Caleb Williams.
What a deep cut. I had forgotten about that.
I had to go through some old rundowns to find that one. But the Seth Wickersham book and the stories that came out about Caleb Williams, how he didn't want to play in Chicago. But then things were patched up quickly and he did want to play in Chicago. Just the drama that surrounded that. One of the worst moments of the year, I thought, in Chicago sports. And then this is another sneaky one here. People forget that the Bulls lost a coin flip with the Mavericks for the NBA draft lottery. That bumped the Bulls back a spot. Well, the spot that the Mavericks then possessed as a result of winning that coin flip with the Bulls is the one that got them the number 1 overall pick in Cooper Flagg. So Cooper Flagg, if a coin flips on its other head, Cooper Flagg could be a Bull right now. So those were my outside looking in, all right? I gave you my number 5, Connor Bedard, the injury on the faceoff with Braden Shen. My number 4 is the Cubs' failure of a trade deadline. They did not go out and address a major need in the bullpen as well as in the starting rotation. You knew Justin Steele was out already, but the failure to address starting pitching and bullpen help at the trade deadline, I thought it was an absolute failure of a trade deadline, and for that, I have it as number 4. My number 3, and I get that this hasn't come to fruition yet, but we know the writing's on the wall with this one. Not re-signing Kyle Tucker is number 3 for me. I mean, you made the trade, which I thought was a great moment for the city and for the Cubs, but failing to re-sign him, and it's pretty much a done deal. He's not coming back here. That is number 3 for me. Number 2, and maybe this is with a hint of recency bias here, but the Bears Stadium drama and the distraction that it's provided from what the season has been, and especially the reports from a week or two ago floating Northwest Indiana as a stadium spot for the Bears. Like, this thing has become such a mess. And I'll be the first to tell you, I'm a Kevin Warren fan. I don't think the Bears have Ben Johnson right now without Kevin Warren. I think Kevin Warren has done more good for the franchise than bad. But the stadium project has been an objective failure, and it's been a 365-day-a-year failure in 2025. So that's that for my number 2. And my number 1, the Cubs losing Game 5 to Milwaukee. Losing that game after you had taken back all momentum in the series to even things up at 2 apiece.
Yep.
And you go up there. It was one of the great moments of my 2025 was the bus up to Milwaukee. And that trip with Sylvie and Big Cat and all those guys and Chief and Eddie and all them. Like, it was so much fun on the way up there. And then the funeral nature of the bus ride home will forever stick with me as one of the worst moments. You could have wiped out 5 years of successful Brewers history with one game. If they went out there, Brewers fans could not say anything about the prior 4 or 5 years. if you had just went out and won that game, but you lost, and that is the worst moment in Chicago sports in 2025.
And it was such a lifeless offensive
my God. And it
performance.
was I think the final was 3-1 in that game, and Andrew Vaughn hits a home run against you. Everything about it. It was brutal.
All right, how do you want to do the best? I have my 5 best. You have your 5 best? You want to go bar for bar?
Sure, let's do it. And then I can give you my outside looking in after.
So at 5, I have Justin Ishbia getting involved in the White Sox.
Okay, that was my number 1 outside looking in. Just because it hasn't produced any tangible things in the here and now, but like long term, it's good.
And I think we are seeing a little bit of it. Like, I don't know if Justin Ishbia is not involved. Do they sign Murakami?
That's fair.
Do we even get reports that they're in play on Ime? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. So I had it at 5.
That's fair. It's my number 6 if we were extending the list that far. My number 5 is Connor Bedard's first hat trick against Ottawa and announcing himself as a superstar in the league. Because then you saw people really start to take the Blackhawks seriously, that this could be a playoff team, and that Bedard is looking like one of the best players in the league, a potential MVP guy. Obviously, I gave you one of my worst moments of the year, and that being the Bedard injury. But in the moment, here and now, that was his arrival to the league, and that's why it was my number 5.
My number 4 is very specific. But it is the Freddie Peralta start at Wrigley Field in the playoffs and the crowd at Wrigley chanting, Freddie, because it was such a reminder of how electric Wrigley Field is when the fans are provided with a team worth rooting for.
Yep, I've got that one a little bit higher on my list. My number 4, and that game was awesome. Awesome. One of the most fun sporting events I've ever been to in my lifetime. But my number 4 is the Cubs beating the Padres in the wild card round. Just having a playoff series victory, it felt like, and the electricity in Wrigley throughout that entire San Diego series as well. They were afternoon games. It was just a fun ride of playoff baseball for that round there at Wrigley, and you get all the games at home there. And to come out of that one with a 2-1 series win was fantastic.
I left it off because I still remember it being somewhat disappointing that the Cubs were playing in the wild card round at all.
I get that. All right, go ahead.
Number 3 for me, Justin Turner's rubber balls. It was such a great content day. And the explanation of why it happened, how it happened, the cut of the camera to Justin Turner dancing with his rubber balls, it was hysterical. It was one of my favorite moments of the entire Cubs season.
It was. And then you have Shea there getting in on the action too. And I guess this was like a recurring thing inside the clubhouse. So yeah, that was one of the probably the funniest moment in Chicago sports for the year. My number 3 is the Freddie game. Like that, I don't know if I'll ever see Wrigley like that again. Just completely taking an ace level pitcher out of a game because of the 10th man. Like that to me was, I'll never forget that game for the rest of the time that I live. So
number 2, walking off Green Bay with the touchdown to DJ Moore.
That's my number 2 as well. I don't think there's any way around it because that game is going to go down as one of the great regular season Bears games, certainly within the rivalry. I think that context of it all, and just seeing the reaction videos on social media of everyone celebrating that win, it was like people who didn't even know each other 20 minutes beforehand, and they're embracing after one of the most dramatic games in Bears history.
Number 1, because there could be no other number 1, is hiring Ben Johnson.
Yes.
There is absolutely no question in my mind that the hire of Ben Johnson is the single best moment in Chicago sports this year. It's the guy I always wanted. I was thrilled when they got it done. It showed a complete change in process at Hallis Hall, and the payoff has only been gravy on top of it.
And the reason it's ahead of number 2 and that Bears win over Green Bay is because number 2 doesn't happen without number 1. This is not a chicken or the egg theory. This is, we know the Bears are not beating Green Bay a couple weeks ago on that Saturday night at Soldier without Ben Johnson being the head coach of the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
It's simple math for me.
You aren't in the playoffs without Ben Johnson being the head coach of the Chicago Bears. I mean, he has been such a wholesale change for everything the Bears do from a football operations standpoint.
Yep. Some of my outside looking ins here. I mentioned the Justin Ishbia. That was my number 6. That's like a bona fide number 6 for me. The other ones, PCA named an All-Star, kind of announcing his arrival and what he did and what he meant. I get that the fall off in the second half was terrible, but that right there was one of the best moments, I thought, of the year. CHSN finally arriving on Comcast, ending that feud. Sneaky one here, but the Bears trading for Joe Thuney. That I thought was very important, and it's not quite the John Lester move, but it's kind of the same effect. Like, obviously, starting pitcher, ace-level pitcher is much more important than left guard, but it's had the same presence and effect, I think, for this Bears team. The trade for Kyle Tucker, another one. And then I've got the Josh Giddey buzzer beater against the Lakers and the Pope being announced as a Chicagoan.
The Josh Giddey buzzer beater is the reason you don't have Cooper Flagg.
It's a double-edged sword there. It is also like one of the great Stacey King calls, too. Like, it was an electric moment. And if you remember the context of where that season was going, the Bulls were starting to ride with a little bit of momentum where it was like, all right, let's just see what it looks like in the playoffs. But yes, you are right. It is the reason they don't have Cooper Flagg.
I can't deal with that moment because in the moment it was great and we started to feel like a little bit of Bulls fever. But the hindsight of it where Josh Giddey misses a heave at the end of a game and you have Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
It's haunting in its hindsight. So I couldn't put it among the best.
Actually, I would like to make one amendment to my worst. The Cubs failing to re-sign Kyle Tucker, I'm going to change it to the day Kyle Tucker got booed at Wrigley. Because that probably signaled the writing on the wall that he wasn't coming back at that point. But when the fans are out on you like that, that was a pretty dark moment in the Cubs season. What was a largely good Cubs season.
Kyle Tucker in general could just be a worst moment in Chicago because you felt so good about the trade, and then
he
player
was
just
so good out
for
of the
2
gate.
months. He was incredible, but the body of work didn't live up to what you expected and soured so much. People didn't even want him back.
Yeah. It was one of the most ridiculous fall-offs we've seen of a player. I mean, and then he started playing better at the end of the year once everything was squared away. So,
all right, there you have
That's
it.
my
The
list.
top 5 best and top 5 worst moments of the year. Aiden, you're shaking your head. What?
Colson Montgomery exists.
Okay, but when he was asked to hit third, he was terrible.
Okay, but when
he became important at work, it was ruining his life.
For a story of the year 2025, for a guy that got sent back and was essentially called a failure to Arizona to then come up and have a 3+ WAR season for a horrible team and be your future has to be in there somewhere.
It wasn't stories of the year. It was moments of the year.
Yeah. Is there an individual Colson Montgomery moment that stood out to you this year?
His grand slam against Minnesota. I was at that game. That was cool.
Okay.
I think it's got to be up there
Is
somewhere.
that better than Joe Thuney arriving?
No.
Like, Joe Thuney arriving with the Bears is outside looking in for me.
This is very little brother of Aiden. I have to be honest.
Ishbia taking over the White Sox is the biggest White Sox story of the year, and it's not even close.
Or the Pope being a White Sox fan.
That's a bigger
Colson
story,
Montgomery's
too.
still on the team. Kyle Tucker's not on the Cubs.
Yeah, Colson Montgomery and Kyle Tucker are the same. You're exactly right, Aiden.
No, that's
You're
not where I was
exactly right.
going.
That's exactly right. We've got the Cap and J Hood cut of the day coming up next. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky in for the guys.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Invite your ears to join us for Bears and Lions live from Soldier Field.
Here comes
Sunday, pregame tailgate at 11. Network coverage starts at 1, live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee have your hometown call at 3:25, plus postgame deep into the night. The Lions and the Bears live from Soldier Field on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Get fantastic deals on ceiling fans at Menards. Make your ceiling fan install a breeze with a quick install ceiling fan from Patriot Lighting. They're loaded with extra features designed to save you time. Plus, we offer a great selection ready to take home today. Hurry in and pick up a Patriot Lighting quick install Tisbury 3 large room ceiling fan for $79.99 through December 31st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable, large, light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Silverado 1500 pickup. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
$4 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. This is Yurko. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Cap and Shea Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood, time now for the Chicago Cut Steakhouse Cap and J Hood Cut of the Day. Chicago Cut Steakhouse right there on the lakefront, riverfront rather. Go hang out. Views are great. I know it's cold. The patio's not open, but the inside is always open. The food is fantastic. Get yourself some lunch, some dinner. Hang out and look at the sights. The view's excellent. Time now for the Cut of the Day. Jack.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Okay.
Yeah. Love you, man.
Yes.
But come on, Sparkles, we can do this. I will drive from Michigan to your house in wherever you're in Wisconsin. All I want is a no cash needed.
I could probably get that done.
Let's get it done then, Cap. I'll even wear my...
Have you ever done one of these?
Cap, I've been a since 2013 when I bought my first one.
Oh, so you have experience with sack.
All over
I
my
had a guy reach out. On his messages, we went back and forth. He said, trust me, once you get it, you're going to love this thing. Is that true?
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Here's the challenge. The first time you the are very tight. I've done some math. It's very difficult the very first time.
All right. Will you give your number to AI Jack?
Absolutely, sir. And happy New Year to you, by the way.
And that's all, folks.
There you have it. The Chicago Cut Steakhouse proudly presenting the Chicago Cap and J Hood Cut of the Day. Jack, thank you for putting together that exchange of favors with Cap and Jay in Michigan. Well done.
Got graphic.
Jack, Aiden, thank you both for the help today. We've got Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer eventually coming up next. And then the Gasparilla Bowl at 10:30, Iowa and Vandy football. But that'll do it for us. Tyler, always a pleasure hanging out.
Yes, sir.
You'll
We'll
be
do it
back
again
on Friday. You'll be with Waddle in the afternoon?
Yes, and then we'll be together on Saturday.
We'll be together on Saturday, of course, with the reaction to the quarterfinals, the college football playoff. Got games today, tomorrow. And I'll be back on Friday with Pat the Designer in for Cap and J Hood in the morning, 6 to 9 a.m. Happy New Year to everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, you'd love new windows, but don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, you could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. The sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Spring into success at Triton College. Choose from 120 degree and certificate programs with credits transferable to 4-year schools. Affordable, quality, close to home. That's Triton College. Visit triton.edu/spring.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Jack McGrath, Pat the Designer, in for Carmen and Yurko today. Pat's on his way, so we're cross-talking with Tyler and Shea.
Does this guy not know how crosstalk works?
What's going on here,
Oh,
Jack?
do you guys start crosstalk?
Yes, dude, always.
Well, you signed off on the show. We don't do crosstalk very much anymore.
Crosstalk
For real
I know
right now.
crosstalk doesn't happen very much anymore, but yeah, I would set up crosstalk.
All right, we'll set
you
up
just
crosstalk.
swagger jack. No, you already did it.
That's my fantasy
Take it
football
away.
team name, Swagger Jacks. Isn't that a great fantasy football team name?
Terrific.
That is pretty good.
Thank
It
you.
is. I can't.
Because I
wanna
take
make a
your
joke, but it
swagger,
is
and
actually.
Jack is my name, so I'm the Swagger Jack.
Well, I think in the league I'm in with you, it's like
how
Jack M100 or something.
No, that's his user. No, aren't you How I Met Calf Your Mother?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you should be the Swagger Jacks. You
How
gotta
I
change
Met
that.
Calf Your Mother.
That feels
was pretty good.
inappropriate. it feels like a
Especially in lieu of recent events.
More Stephon Diggs, Alley.
Wait, I also traded away DK Metcalf. He's not even on my team anymore.
All right, so now you
So
have
now
to
I
change
have
it to the
change
Swagger
it.
Jack.
What else is going on in the fantasy league?
I lost. But that's not important. Aiden was really upset about your guys leaving Colson Montgomery off of this
Guys,
list.
Colson
There weren't
Montgomery.
very many Sox moments on there. I know there weren't a lot this
Oh,
year,
no
but there
kidding.
were.
They
a
lose
couple.
100 games.
Yeah, like
Hey, Aiden, which of those 60 wins was your favorite?
Dude, the guy had 21 home runs after the All-Star break.
That's fine. But then he got asked to be important on a bad team, and he was terrible. He was terrible.
That's the future right there. And you thought you had no future for a little bit. He showed you otherwise.
Listen, as Waddle likes to say, I don't give you credit for not doing drugs. Like, I don't give you credit because you sucked as a top prospect and built your way back up to 0. Like, I'm not giving you credit there. He's a fine player. He's fine. He's nothing special. Nothing over the top great.
Nothing special. He did have 21 home runs in half a season. He could be something special.
As a 7 and 8 hitter, and then it was kind of like PCA. He got moved up in the lineup, and he was terrible.
I think you're being a little too unfair. But he would have projected out as a 6-win player over a full season. Like, he's clearly good. But top 5 moment in Chicago sports in 2025, I don't think.
I wasn't saying top 5, but he wasn't even mentioned on the outside looking in.
Just be happy that you don't have to be the butt of the joke going into 2026, because your team will actually be maybe competitive.
Spending more money than the Cubs right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, who isn't?
Yeah, seriously.
Mario gave a suggestion for Sammy Sosa. Returning to regularly on the list.
That's a missed
that
one by
one's
me.
up there
That's a
for
missed
sure.
one by me. Hand up. That's my bad.
Danny's fuming.
It's not one of the 5 best, but it's definitely in the picture.
It should have been in the
Chicago
OLI.
sports.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah. More so than Colson Montgomery.
What about Anthony Rizzo's return? Where does that rank?
I think the Ballesteros to Rizzo moment should be up there. But, like, Rizzo coming back is whatever. But the Ballesteros hitting a ball to Rizzo and he fumbles it, like, that's pretty cool.
If Caleb hit 4,000 yards this season, would it rank on those moments? I don't care about 4,000 yards.
I don't either.
Nobody does, I don't think.
No, people do. People care about it, and it comes up.
If
it's constantly talked about.
Yeah, like the
Whether
ground
it's
beef
us
for
or the
brains
media.
people care about that stuff. But like the 4,000 yards is kind of like 200 innings at this point. Like, sure, there's still a handful of guys that get to 200 innings. There's still a handful of guys that get to 4,000 yards. But it's not this benchmark that it used to be, even with an added game on the schedule.
Which I think makes it more stunning that the Bears haven't had it yet. But you have a quarterback. Like, the 4,000-yard passer thing used to be held against the Bears as you've never had a quarterback that's worth anything. Now you have one. Whether he throws for 4,000 yards or not doesn't mean anything to me. He's going to make a Pro Bowl. Like, he's a good player, clearly. I think he will eventually throw for 4,000 yards. It could happen on Sunday. Probably won't, but it could.
Needs 270 to get there this Sunday.
I don't think he's going to get it. I just don't think that the game script's going to favor that. It'll be a really cold day against a team that does not stop the run, especially lately. They've laid down and died defensively, and honestly...
And they do get after the passer, too. They're, top 5, 7 in sacks right now?
Like, I get the idea that you want to just air it out, and you have this opportunity to get to 270 and get to 4,000 yards. The opportunity to clinch the 2 seed is much more important to me than the opportunity to get Caleb to 4K. It doesn't matter.
I agree with that. I won't celebrate 4,000 yards if it comes across. We'll talk about it, of course, because the Bears have never done it before, but it won't be some epic celebration for me once he gets to 4,000 yards. To me, it means next to nothing.
I remember listening to Abdallah say, when he gets to 4,000 yards, I want the game to stop like it did when Drew Brees broke the passing record. That would be the most embarrassing thing any team has ever done in the history of the sport. You get to 4,000 yards and you ask for a stoppage so that everybody can come shake Caleb's hand.
There's been nearly 90 quarterbacks in NFL history who have hit 4,000 yards. It's more of an embarrassment for the Bears that they have, and we know that's kind of an embarrassment for the Bears that they haven't hit 4,000 yards. That is an accomplishment. You don't. Same thing that you said earlier. You don't get to celebrate because you were bad earlier. You celebrate if you do something that's actually good, and that'd be winning a playoff game or being the MVP of the league or something like that.
That was, I think, one of the funniest moments on Waddle and Sylvie this year was when Cutler's had his kid take the phone during one of the hits, and they were like, well, oh, yeah, like your dad never threw for 4,000 yards. The Bears never had a 4,000-yard passer. And he just goes, you never threw for 4,000 yards? To his dad. It was hilarious.
It was unbelievable.
Do you guys think the Bears win on Sunday?
I do.
Yeah, of
I do.
course.
I think so.
I feel pretty good about it.
I don't know if I'm in a rough place. The way Dan Campbell answered questions, it kind of left some gray area for guys he could sit out. He said he's not going to play anybody that's hurt. Amon-Ra's been dealing with this knee injury of sorts, so I don't know if he plays on Sunday. I'm not sure they go full pedal to the metal this Sunday in terms of playing their starters.
Look, man, they want to beat you. I think this isn't a team that's going to come in here and just roll over. Like their coach won't allow it. I just don't think they're good enough for it to matter. Their defensive line blows. Their offensive line blows. They haven't been able to score points. They can't run the ball. Like I don't think it matters. You will beat this team.
I feel pretty good about it. I was a little shocked by the line when it came out at 2.5.
I wasn't that surprised.
Really? For a team that you're saying blows and another team who's on the doorstep of 12 wins is like, I was surprised it was
It's
2.5.
hard, man. You got to be really good to be favored by margin. Either you got to be really good.
I know the game was 3 months ago, but the Bears still lost to this team by 40 points.
Well,
in
yes,
week
but
2.
a lot of that team is not walking out of the tunnel, and it's winter with Jared Goff outside. We know how that story goes too. I think there's a lot of things at play here that made a shot. Like 3 is like whatever, it's divisional game, but even still, like last week we saw what were the Lions favored on the road? Like 7.5?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is the Lions are not good in my mind, and they are clearly checking out of this season. They're also not the Raiders. And to be favored by margin in the NFL, you got to either be playing somebody who's really awful or you have to be one of the cream of the crop teams.
But you are also...
And I don't think either thing's
and
true.
Jared Goff's still going to play. Jameer Gibbs is still going to play.
Jared Goff's going to be outside in the winter. We know how that goes. And like, Detroit doesn't play outside very often. I get that they have the dome. You'd think you'd play, like, somewhere in the neighborhood of, like, 6 or 7 games outside a year. That's not the case with them. God. Jack, you got to stop, man.
You said 6-7 on air. I'm going to make the 6-7 motion if you say 6-7 on air.
Can we make this a New Year's resolution for you?
No more 6-7.
You got to stop.
A New Year's resolution for everybody. No more 6-7.
My cousin at our Christmas Eve party, he was put a limit on that he could only make 5, 6, 7
Jesus,
jokes.
dude, what's
throughout
going
the
on
night.
at your Christmas Eve?
He's 25 years old.
Oh,
his
my
limit,
God.
his limit was put on by his girlfriend. She said no more 6-7 jokes throughout Christmas Eve. You only get 5.
The adults that are doing it do stun me. Like Jonathan Vilma trying to bait the president 3 times into a 6-7 joke. I swear to God, Brady is aura farming 6-7 when he's in the booth.
Yep.
Like he's just finding
Joe Buck's
ways.
been doing it too.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like collective psychosis where 6-7 took over. So now anytime that people are trying to think of like an estimate of a number of times something happens, we all default to it.
No, I think that just was the number that was always said because it's right in the middle. It's not 10. It's a few less than that. I think we just always said that, and now we're hearing it more when we say those 2 numbers.
I don't know what's happened, but I swear to God, Brady's up there farming them. He's trying to get a reaction out of Kevin Burke. Hey, it happened to me about 6-7 times in my career, KB. It gets nothing.
Yeah, KB. I got to say, it was probably 6.
KB, I had 6 or 7 receivers that could make that catch when I was playing. It's like every time. Do you like Brady in the booth,
Yeah,
Jack?
KB. I do. He's gotten a lot better.
I think he's good.
He's got good analysis now.
I think
he was stiff last year.
Very good at it, but I do enjoy the humor of, yeah, KB, Gronk. I mean, everyone's talking about 6-7, but Gronk's favorite number, KB.
Do you see Gronk's going to be on one of these New Year's Eve things where
he's in Vegas.
He's in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you remember a few years ago when he crushed the Steve Harvey Lego head?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
He spiked it, right?
Steve Harvey was actually mad at that, right?
Well,
you guys remember the reaction?
Things. Gronk is like an animal.
Spikes
don't hand him things.
He's not an animal. He's a child.
Do you think they hand him something on the ABC broadcast tonight?
1,000%.
Like a champagne bottle, and it just spikes. The glass is flying everywhere.
It's his thing. Of course he's going to spike it if you give it to him.
Ryan Seacrest has a piece of a champagne bottle sticking out of his leg because Gronk spiked it on the stage.
Tyler, what are your plans for New Year's? We heard Shea's plans.
Just house party with some friends.
All right.
Yeah.
There we go.
You're going to the big ticketed event?
I'm going to a ticketed event.
Is this your first one?
This is my first ever one. I'm going to see how it goes. I think it's going to be fun.
I will say you should do it just so you know that you hate it.
Yeah, you got to realize how awful these things are.
Yeah, you have to do it so you know you hate it.
Okay, no, Jack, they're so fun. Don't let these
Mario
losers
I'm
come
not
in
surprised
here.
with this cast here.
Oh, this is so miserable.
Surprised.
It's the most fun of all time.
We got the mayor of Old Town in here.
The lieutenant mayor of Vibes. We know Potsy's the mayor of Vibes. Now we have the lieutenant mayor of Vibes.
Potsy's vibes were down yesterday, so now Mario is starting to take over.
Potsy was, oh boy. He was in a rough spot yesterday.
He's not a late night cat. He's also not an early morning cat. I don't know if he's any kind of cat. He might just be.
He's a midday guy.
He's a house
cat.
cat.
His midday.
He's a house
cat.
He's a stay home guy. Mario, dude, you can't. How old are you?
27, do ticket event every year.
We got the old guys here, what, 20s, 28, 29?
I'm telling you right now.
You got to be running out of gas.
Not even close.
No,
dude.
it's awful.
Not even
He
close.
played lacrosse in college. He's going to be doing this when he's 57.
I'm cutting it down. At 35, we're shutting it all down. But up until
35?
35, you shut it down.
Brother, I made it to like 28, and I was like, I'm done with all of it. I don't want anything to do with this anymore.
No, at 35.
It's terrible.
35, we're going to Italy for a year. We're going to find a wife. We're going to come back. Shut
What
it
do you
down.
mean? You're going to... What are you, Al?
What a plan.
Are you Al Pacino in The Godfather?
That's the plan.
You're going
Just
to the old
manifest.
country to find a wife.
Yep, that's
what
the plan.
are you talking about?
That's the plan. Have a great time
This
till
is
35.
literally the plot of The Godfather. Time to go to
Great
the
movie.
old country.
I respect it. He has it laid out. He knows what he's doing.
Just have great time until then. And then after that, party's
Honestly,
done.
I respect that.
Thank
you know
you.
what? Manifesting and timelining out your own life. You run your own race. You run your own race.
You got to
Mario.
admit, dude, New Year's Eve sucks. It's the worst holiday.
No, I love New Year's Eve. I think
Okay.
so many people
I
crap
can't
on it.
believe
It's
this.
great now. Like that, it's everyone's like,
We've gone the other way on it.
No,
No.
it's so
This
so
is the one
overrated.
thing
It's
that
underrated.
people. No, this is the one thing people are collectively right about is that New Year's Eve blows.
The public
It's
wins this
awful.
one.
It's
No,
so,
because Shea,
Yeah, exactly.
Your argument is that it's overrated, so the public doesn't hate New
I
Year's
don't
Eve.
not-
It's
it's
just
not- I'm
you
not
and your
saying-
circle
I've
who
never
hates New
said-
I
Year's
think a
Eve.
lot of
I've
people
never-
hate New Year's
Yeah,
Eve.
dude, I've never said it's overrated. I've said it sucks because it does suck. Because all it is mounting pressure to put the perfect night together with you and your friend and have the best night ever. And all it ever ends up being is sad disappointment. You do the same stuff you do all year. You go, you party, you end up at Taco Bell in 1 a.m, and then you spend your Sunday or the day after just hung over on your couch regretting all the terrible decisions that you made. And
Okay, that seems like more of a you
It
issue.
never lives up. It never lives up to what you set the standard of it to be, ever. New Year's Eve, you're saying every year you set this day to be the best and it lives up to it?
Every year, I'd say I wake up with like, that's a pretty funny story.
Boy, I'd like to be you. I'd like to be
New
you.
Year's Eve, every single year, is it like a top 5 night of the year for you?
Honestly, probably in the past 3, they've been very fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What size is your crew tonight?
We're like 8 deep.
Okay.
Yeah, 8
Okay.
deep. Cousins performing at a DJ set. We're drinking for free. So that's how you do it.
well,
There you
There
go.
you
I
go.
mean,
You got
my
the cheap
goodness,
phone.
when
Makes it
you've got a
happen.
hookup like that.
Let me tell you, fellas, there's always a scheme, and you got to find the scheme.
Okay.
You find the scheme, you find your way.
How else are you going to live in Italy for a year? This guy's hustling.
Seriously.
We don't even know about his hustle.
So I'm talking
He
about
is
it.
Real
Marty
G's
Mauser
move
over
in
here.
silence.
Right
No
here.
kidding.
All right.
We got
Pat the designer is in the building.
well, I was just going to say, is it a co-ed situation or 8 dudes?
Yeah, it's 8 brothers. We're walking, it's 8 fellas going in there.
Eight brothers is in like family or 8 brothers
No,
is
friends,
in
friends.
your,
Okay.
your boys?
Actually, no, I take that back. There's 3 girls
Are
coming
you
with us.
blood brothers?
As
As in like you did the rituals?
I guess in a way, yeah. Yeah. All right. We should go to break.
All right. Pat's in the building. Jack McGrath.
everybody.
Pat the
He
designer
doesn't
in
know
for
what he's
Carmen and
walking into.
Yurko. Do you sign off now? Because that's what we do in Crosstalk, or do I throw it to the next
Go on,
segment?
man.
No,
You two,
we
you
go.
hijack
We-
it.
That's
That's
how we do
good.
Jack, what do you have coming up on the show today?
Well,
Pat, what do you have coming up on the show
Courtney
today?
Cronin at 10 o'clock. I
He
don't
doesn't
care.
know.
I
You said, Pat, what's coming up on the show? I looked over at him. He's like, oh.
Here we go. I'm about to get the crash course. Confirmed worst morning of all time will be talked about on the show for sure.
Waddle brought up something really interesting. He talked about the Bears' defense and how it ranks as a unit in the playoffs. I think there's a chance the Bears' defense is the worst unit out of any unit in the NFC in the playoffs.
All right.
I want to talk about that. How will it affect the Bears in the playoffs? Also, we'll have Courtney
Thanks.
Cronin coming up at 10. Jack McGrath, Pat the designer. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks, Shea.
I'm
Great
glad we're
crosstalk,
ending the
boys.
year on a positive note.
We are. In for Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Yurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Get ready for kickoff. ESPN Chicago pregame tailgate. Sunday morning at 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The LaPorte Invitational is the Midwest premier high school basketball showcase. 12 of America's top high school programs will compete from January 9th to 11th at the LaPorte Civic Auditorium in LaPorte, Indiana, just a short drive from Chicago. 3 days of intense hoops, hustle, and heart. Over 25 McDonald's All-Americans and 20 NBA draft picks have played there. Friday features a whiteout and Sunday a halftime half-court shot presented by Graff Auto Campus of Michigan City and Valparaiso. For scheduled tickets and more, go to LaPorteInvitational.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Chiro One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Chiro1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Schaumburg East, West Addison, and Des Plaines. That's Chiro1.com, and let them know that Sylvie sent ya.
Save big money in your next painting project with help from Menards. Get a paint that combines gorgeous color and durability. Dutch Boys Platinum Plus is a paint and primer with a protective finish that guards against scuffs, spills, and stains. Don't wait to finish your projects. Get a gallon on sale now through December 31st and refresh your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on a brand new Chevy Equinox. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
I don't care about 4,000 yards. I'm kind of sick and tired of hearing about it. Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer.
I am here.
In for Carmen and Yurko. He's here. He's arrived. He's in the building. And Pat, we were having this conversation a little bit earlier. 4,000 yards means absolutely nothing to me. If it means something to you, give us a call, 312-332-3776. Or if you agree with me and you don't think it means anything, give us a call too. So many quarterbacks have gotten to 4,000 yards. Caleb runs the ball. He doesn't turn the ball over. He won't take shots that put the ball in danger, which I think some quarterbacks in the NFL do, like Sam Darnold, for instance. Yeah. And it's cost the Seahawks games. Caleb doesn't do those things. He's 270 yards away from 4,000 yards. But the yardage isn't everything, especially in the modern day NFL where you're starting with the ball with the new kickoff rules a little bit farther up and things like that. Now there's more games, so 4,000 yards for some quarterbacks should seem like a given. And I know it may feel like this big burden for the team to not have a 4,000-yard passer, but to me it's all just talk and narrative for a number that really means absolutely nothing. Like, why are we talking about 3,750 yards? We're just talking about 4,000 yards because it's a whole number. To me, it doesn't matter, and I could care less. If I couldn't care less, I sometimes get those mixed up. Couldn't care less if Caleb Williams throws 270 yards on Sunday and gets to 4,000 yards.
Here's the only reason I think that it does matter is because I think it matters to the Bears and it matters to Caleb Williams to get that narrative off. Also, I think it tells you a lot. This is an inaccurate season from Caleb Williams. inaccurate passing Caleb Williams, who spent half the season kind of trying to figuring out the scheme and figuring out, okay, where a guy's going to be placed. And now it seems like it's really gotten in a rhythm, still showing some of those inaccuracies because of how he's throwing the football away. What happens when he's accurate?
He'll have 3 more completions a game, and he'll add 20 yards a game to his total, and it'll look a lot better, maybe more than that.
And that's what I mean. Like, I think it only matters in that sense. Does it matter to me? Here's my thing: if he hits 4,000 yards and they lose on Sunday, 4,000 yards don't matter. Nobody's talking about 4,000 yards. If he hits 4,000 and they win on Sunday, then you're like, hey, also, this is a cool feat on top of everything else that has happened this season. When you start to list the things, I think it's just another confirmation of what, because of his play, we've already confirmed. Caleb Williams is a franchise quarterback. What are there, 4 guys this season that have crossed 4,000? Maybe we can get to 5 or 6 by the end of the year. Like, it is an impressive feat to do this season. I would say, though, that when you've seen what the Bears have accomplished this year in the grand scheme of it, it doesn't matter. But for Caleb Williams to become the first at something, whenever you're the first, that's pretty cool. Your name is now in the history books no matter what.
Yeah, it'll be the first for the Bears, which is cool, and they've obviously had the long history, the oldest franchise. But 80-something players in NFL history have gotten to 4,000 yards.
Yeah.
This isn't like 3,000 hits where one player for each franchise kind of does it and you have a limited number of players who do it. It's not like perfect games where you only have 27 of them in the history of Major League Baseball. Yeah. This isn't like one of those tough accomplishments. It's not 300 wins if you're comparing it to other sports. 4,000 yards is a dime a dozen.
I would say it is now, though. I would say it is now, though. Because of what the new rules are, because of what we laid out. Now, here's the question. Do we ever give it credit again like we used to?
No.
Because of the highs that have been hit. That probably is more like baseball, right? You bring up the 200-inning pitchers, guys like that. Because guys used to do 200 innings so often, we don't even mention when guys get to 200 innings now. When now, actually, in baseball, it is an incredibly impressive feat to say that you are, by far, one of the best pitchers we've seen in this game. But because the greats have already done it, it's the high of the high. I think it's a difficult thing to accomplish now. I think that it is not going to be praised because we've crossed. Tom Brady at 41 had a 5,000-yard season. So I think let's not confuse how difficult it is now to it not being impressive.
Derek Carr has a 4,000-yard season. Case Keenum came close to having a 4,000-yard season. There are names on the list of players that have had 4,000-yard seasons that are extremely unimpressive. Gardner Minshew had a 4,000-yard season. Yeah. Having a 4,000-yard season doesn't indicate a great season. I'd rather see a huge touchdown to interception ratio. But, as you said, it is important to Caleb Williams. He said at the beginning of the year, they asked him, is a 4,000-yard season important to you? And he said it's one of his goals on the season. So it is clearly important to him. I just hope, and we talked about this in Crosstalk too, I just hope that Ben Johnson doesn't force Caleb Williams getting to that 4,000-yard season in this game against the Lions. I think I don't think it matters. 2, I think he gets there eventually. And number 3, you can't be forcing milestones that don't mean anything because then every player is going to want their stat milestone. You need to be focused on winning because that's what this program has been focused on the entire season.
Here's what I would push back on, though. What would we call forcing?
Throwing the ball 5 extra times at the end of the game when it doesn't improve your chance of winning.
Okay, well, that's different. That's a specific thing in the game. I can deal with that because I was going to say if we're looking for a number, Caleb Williams on that windy day in Philly where literally Jalen Hurts threw a ball, the ball got caught in the wind and went straight down. He threw it 36 times. Like, the ball's going to be in the air. The opportunity is going to be there for Caleb Williams. I don't want us to think that he's forcing it because it's a 30-plus pass day. I heard Shea during crosstalk while I was running here say that, this is a game where it speaks to running the football a ton. There's been a bunch of those games that we've said that. Caleb Williams has still put the ball up 30-plus times in a game. That's what the identity of this offense is. I think the strength of this offense is the run game. But I think the identity is that ball is still going to be in the air. Ben Johnson still wants explosive plays no matter what. It's why they lead in explosives passing the football, because he gives Caleb Williams those shots for big passes. I think 270 could actually be a layup in this game, knowing how banged up Detroit's defense is coming into this.
They are definitely banged up, and we've seen it recently. They haven't been able to stop anybody.
No.
I'm hoping, I don't know if it'll happen, but the way Dan Campbell was talking, it kind of sounds like they may not play all their start. He said they're going to try to win the game. They're going into Chicago to try to win.
Yeah.
But it's coded coach speak, and he essentially said they're out of the playoffs, so they may not play everybody in this game. And that's fingers crossed. I want the Bears to get the 2 seed because I want the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping that Dan Campbell doesn't play the starters and the Bears can go in and win this game. To win this game, the run game is going to need to be solid, though. Caleb has looked so much better, too, recently. I think the game against the 49ers was his best game that he's ever played, based on his ability to move in that pocket. He didn't take sacks, and he was able to hit the deep ball, which has been the big question for us this entire season. If they're able to unleash that with the running game, Detroit should be a cakewalk.
But here's the thing, too, and we can't overlook this. Ben Johnson hears, sees, and understands every narrative that is built. You don't think that he remembers that he got 52 hung on him? Like, I get – and by the way, this defense probably still will struggle versus who I would assume will play in Jared Goff. This defense probably still will struggle because they may not be able to create pressure and the football will be able to get thrown around the field, whether it's Amon-Ra out there or not. But he absolutely wants to invite Dan Campbell into the Lions' den, no pun intended, and literally put 50 back on you. Like, I think that there's no doubt in my mind that Ben's going into this saying, let's finish the season by a nice round number. Let's say 60. They gave us 52. Let's say 60, because he's that kind of coach. He's that kind of, this is what they did to us. Remember that feeling? We got to get them back.
Back on the defense, because you were talking about our defense a little bit, the Bears defense. I'm concerned about how this Bears defense is going to fare in the playoffs. I think the offense is good enough, and I think it's a Super Bowl winning offense.
Yeah.
I think it's good enough.
Super Bowl winning offense.
I think the offense is good enough to win a Super Bowl. The defense, on the other hand, though, I think is on the other end of the spectrum. I think they are towards the bottom of the NFC, and I think they may be the worst unit in the NFC in the playoffs coming up here. We're going to talk about that next. Jack McGrath with Pat the Designer in for Carmen and Yurko. Give us a call, 312-332-3776. This is ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Starting January 5th, Waddle and Sylvie expand to 4 hours a day. 4 hours a day. Yes, you heard correct. The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Sylvie. Weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. starting Monday. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Going out for New Year's? Let the CTA be your driver. We'll get you anywhere in the city and back for just $5. It's less money on travel and more on celebrating. Avoid the headache of traffic and expensive rideshare surge pricing and take the CTA. With Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Find the best route to get anywhere in the city at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey, guys, I get it. You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows Free sale.
payout.
Plus, you can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for your heat than your neighbors, it's time for new windows. Do not wait. Put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
The Chicago Wolves begin the new year this Saturday night at Allstate Arena with their annual Glow Game. Get your tickets for the Chicago Wolves versus the Grand Rapids Griffins for the Glow Game this Saturday at 7 p.m. at Allstate Arena. Let's glow, Wolves.
It's Carmen and Yurko. Follow us on the gram at Carmen and Yurko and at ESPN_Chicago. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN 1000.
Jack McGrath, Pat the designer, in for Carmen and Yurko. And Pat, the Bears' defense was pretty atrocious against the 49ers.
Yes, it was.
I'm hoping they're able to clean that up. But right now, I look up and down the NFC, and Tom Waddle mentioned when he came on Waddle Wednesday that the Bears' defense in the NFC playoffs could be the worst defensive unit in the NFC playoffs. And I'd go even to the step that maybe other than the Panthers' offense, if they do sneak into the playoffs, I think the Bears' defense in the NFC, out of offense, defense, not going to include special teams, but out of all the offensive and defensive units, might be the worst unit out of all of them. I look up and down the list. Philadelphia Eagles. Better on both sides.
Yep.
The offense has the weapons, even though it hasn't been great. They still have Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and Jalen Hurts has been there, done that before. Their defense is better. The Packers, their defense is certainly better. Their offense, with Malik Willis, we saw the Ravens hold them, but still I think on offense might be better than what the Bears' defense is. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they have scored more points less points than the Bears have given up, but I still think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense with Baker Mayfield, if he's able to get healthy, is on that list. That defense is pretty good, too. Seahawks defense is certainly better. Sam Darnold is great. That offense is leading the league in points right. Sam Darnold's been great. Yeah. He's leading the league. The team's leading the league, or second in the league in points for right now. Yeah. The Rams on the other side are leading the league in points for, and we saw what the 49ers did to the Bears with on the offensive side of the ball. When they get healthy on the defensive side of the ball, they're better, too. That concerns me. That's my biggest concern. And why I bring that up is the defense needs a spark, and I think that spark might be out there. It's Trevon Diggs. If they go get him at quarterback, he might not be the best right now. He's not in the best shape of his life, but this is a guy who a few seasons ago had 11 interceptions and can turn the ball over. This isn't a defense that's going to make a tremendous amount of stops. It's a defense that's going to get turnovers, though, and Diggs is a guy who can force turnovers.
Did I miss when the turnover leader in the NFL left this team?
They still have him. I'd like to have them both, though. Wouldn't you?
This team has been the most opportunistic football team defensively in football. I don't think that Trayvon Diggs adds to that for the people that are like, well, he was a Pro Bowler with Al Harris. Well, he also wasn't a Pro Bowler with Al Harris. Like the Trayvon Diggs, whatever he's dealing with, it maybe it is because Flus came in. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that a team can't be destroyed by Matt Eberflus walking into a defense, right? You know, we've seen that. But what I think is what we saw versus the 49ers has made people think that that's the norm of this team. And that's not what we've seen all season. That was a bad game. It was a horrible game. And they've had a couple of those this year. They've had 3 of them in totality this year. 2 of them you found a way, or 1 of them you found a way to win versus the Bengals. 2 of them you found a way to lose. The first one you got blown out versus Detroit. This one you're within 1 point, or a 1 play, I should say, of winning this game. I would say, let's not forget who this defense has been and think that that's who they're going to be because of that one game. They have been the takeaway kings. They have forced multiple turnovers in a game. When everybody has said you won't be able to do this all season, they've done it just about all season.
Can I counter with that to win this Super Bowl, the Bears will need to win 4 games in a row?
100%.
I don't think that defense gets multiple turnovers against playoff-level offenses 4 games in a row. And that's when you're not able to get those turnovers, that's when you run in to a game like you played against the 49ers where you need the offense to save the defense and bail them out, and you have to win in spite of your defense. Now, I think Trayvon Diggs increases your chances of getting multiple turnovers a game.
Yeah.
So while he may not be the best cover corner in the world, and he won't help you get those stops, he can help you remain the turnover kings. And that's why I would want to have him. Also, to that point, I still believe the Bears are Super Bowl contenders, even with this defense that has shown that they have blips on their schedule where they give up huge amounts of points.
Yes.
But it's because that offense can carry them in those games, like we saw against San Francisco, in those games where they're not able to force multiple turnovers. So I think the offense can carry them, but you can make your defense better and make it less of a liability.
I would rather see you go out there and get a guy like Matthew Judon right now because it's at a position of need than going out and getting a guy like Trayvon Diggs where, yeah, listen, you can never have too much depth at DB, but you do have an incredible amount there. And is he going to come in and change this team drastically? I don't think that he is. For me, when I see the conversation, we've seen this Bears team go out there. I mean, listen, if we want to say 4 games in a row, maybe not 4 games in a row, but versus Steelers, Eagles, and Packers, you were able to get multiple turnovers. That's 3 games in a row. There's a game in there versus the Browns where you also get multiple turnovers. Browns offense sucks. I will not count that one. But then versus that Packers team again, you're back to multiple turnovers. Like, I don't think that they're as bad as we saw in the 49ers game. I don't think that they're as good as we saw maybe in Philadelphia versus that offense that just couldn't find a way to get anything going. I think that has been a regression. My biggest concern, I talked about it Sunday after the game, I thought versus the 49ers, there was a lot of guys that took some liberties, maybe made some business decisions, and were like, look, we're getting our butts kicked. There's not much we can do. It's just going to be a day where you get your butt kicked. We don't have an answer for it. And I didn't see the same level of effort that we've seen out of this defense. I don't think that is going to be allowed to continue. Dare I say, like, if it is, you may see important pieces be told, we don't need you right now because you're actually becoming a liability to us. Have a seat, and we'll go with somebody else that does want to give the effort. Because when this Bears team is giving 110% defensively, are they a great defense? No. Are they a defense that hits hard, makes plays, gets the football back to the offense, and gives you a chance to win? Yeah, they are. And so, like, to me, I don't think you need to go out and add at a position where we've seen probably the most success on this defense. And if we're being real, you got Trayvon Diggs. He's 6'4" Deshaun Wright, who struggles at times in coverage. Technically, you have a better version of Trayvon Diggs because you got the takeaway king this year. And while, yeah, he struggles in coverage, we know that in coverage, he can make those big plays to get the football away. We haven't seen that from Diggs.
Let's go to the phone lines. Big Al's on the south side. Happy New Year, Big Al.
What's going on, my guy?
When we get back, that place should be open.
Big Al, you
Big
there?
Al.
I'm here. Thanks, fellas. I appreciate y'all for taking my call.
What's going on, man?
Hey, Pat, man, I'm all over your YouTube, man. So, man, just listen to me real quick.
Let's go.
The Bears defense, man. We is giving up too many chunk plays, man.
Agreed.
What happened to that defense when we was playing against the Saints? Why is Dennis Allen not blitzing more? I mean, if we're going to give up chunk yardage, at least take the chance and blitz more to apply more pressure to the quarterback.
Thanks for the call, Big Al. Against the 49ers, the blitz wouldn't have worked. You can, Purdy's good at rolling out of the pocket. Shanahan knows how to train Brock Purdy to find his outs. He's a quarterback that's been in a Kyle Shanahan system for a few years now. He knows how to find his outs. I don't think blitzing would have helped very much.
And here's the biggest problem. Are the Bears great in man coverage right now?
No.
Are the Bears great in zone coverage right now?
Even worse.
So you need to drop back more guys defensively so that you don't give up the big chunk plays. Now, the fact that you are giving up the chunk plays, again, I think that is where Dennis Allen needs to look at this defense and say, hey, guys, what happened? And when you bring up what happened to this defense versus the Saints, the Saints suck. That's what happened. And Brock Purdy doesn't suck. But, realistically speaking, you're not going to fix your pass rush. You're not going to get better in coverage by blitzing. In fact, you give yourself more of a chance to be the advantageous defense with more hands back there to try and tip the football to get it into guys that have been very sure-handed. So I know it sucks to say, Bears fans, but there's no fix. You're going into the playoffs with what you got. That may be the one black eye that Ryan Poles has coming into this season. You invested in Grady Jarrett. What he's been as a leader is phenomenal, I think, for this team. Production-wise, you can't match it. You gave Dio Adangbo $50 million. I am willing to say, because we saw, remember, I love that everybody turned on Dennis Allen in a week, but remember, we were praising him for making DeMarco Jackson NFC Defensive Player of the Year. We were praising him for finding C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Do we need to give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt that he's going to develop some of these guys? A guy like Austin Booker, who has developed. Hopefully that's Dio Adangbo going into next season. But bottom line is, this entire season, for the most part, you had that defensive line, and that was $100+ million of, we're not getting to the quarterback. That's your problem. No matter what. We could be mad at every quarterback in the world. If you don't have pressure, you will not be able to cover.
Matt's in Streamwood. What's up, Matt?
Matt!
Hey, guys. Happy holidays to you both.
Happy New Year.
Maybe Trayvon Diggs is confused about the T and the hits principle for Matt Eberflus, because I still don't think why he needs the ball, but... Anyways, you guys, I'm confused. I hope that the Cleveland game was not our Super Bowl on both the offense and defense. Since that game, I know Green Bay did not punt the ball once when we played them at home, and I know San Francisco finally punted the ball twice in our game, but the defense was just giving up record amount of 80-yard drives for both teams, even with the backup quarterback with Malik Willis. Is that just 80 yards, 75 yards, 96 yards throughout the whole time? It was touchdown. But I'm just worried that when we go into the playoffs, that the defense, especially Montez Sweat, is going to be the reason why. Montez Sweat looked lost in the San Francisco game. He was out of plays. He couldn't track the ball. He didn't know where the ball was at most of the time. He just got burned by Brock Purdy. I understand that, but he just was not relevant. The only one who was relevant was Austin Booker. But I'm worried that I know when we go into the playoffs that the defense, especially Montez Sweat, is going to be the reason why we have a first-round exit or the second-round exit with this team. But you guys, happy holidays. Thanks for taking my phone call.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. It's really hard without a pass rush.
It's impossible.
Your coverage gets worse when you don't have a pass rush. It all stems from the pressure that you're getting on the quarterback, and the Bears just don't have that right now. Ryan Poles, his report card for the 2025 year, if we're doing an end-of-year report card on New Year's Eve, it looks really good. There's a lot of B's and A's and A's minuses on there. His ability to address the pass rush, that gets a C or a D, and maybe even an F. And that's what's going to be, in the end, if the Bears wind up not going far in the playoffs, I'd say it's because of the pass rush. That's what I would expect.
100%. I would agree with you. And the one thing that, for me, I want to see this defense get back to is what we saw in that Packer game. You were playing. That may be your best option. You're playing bend but don't break. But you can't break. You can't get into the red. Like, bend but don't break works if you get into the red zone and you do what you did versus the Green Bay Packers, where they go 0 for 5 with a solid run game with Jordan Love. And I think they were 0 for 3 with Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs in the game. So it's not like, oh, these guys didn't. Now, Josh Jacobs was banged up. But it's not like these guys didn't have a chance to put 6 on your head as well. And you were able to stand there. That's the level of care this defense needs in the red zone. Because I didn't see it when Christian McCaffrey was punching you in the mouth or when Brock Purdy was juking you out of your Nikes. And I think we also have to say this as well. There have been a lot of good defenses that have been out-schemed by Kyle Shanahan. I'm not saying this Bears team is a good defense, but again, I don't think you're as bad as what you saw in that 49ers game. In fact, it's a unit that early in the season, we said, man, this offense is really holding us back with how this defense is taking the football away.
When we come back, Pat, I don't know if you've noticed what's happening with the Bears wide receiver pass catching stats, but I think one of the new guys on the team might wind up with the team lead in receiving yards this season. I want to lay that out for you in that situation that could occur this Sunday. Also, we have to hear about your morning because it sounds like it was quite the morning, on New Year's Eve. Yeah. So we'll talk about that. Jack McGrath, Pat the Designer, in for Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Invite your ears to join us for Bears and Lions live from Soldier Field.
Here comes
Sunday, pregame tailgate at 11. Network coverage starts at 1, live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper Patio. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee have your hometown call at 3:25, plus postgame deep into the night. The Lions and the Bears live from Soldier Field on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
$4 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, this is Yurko. You all know I played professional football and I've been on the radio for many years. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies, but I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. And now I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Veroliak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some of my friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers by your side. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 8444-VLG-LAW. The Veroliak Law Group will do great for you, too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Finish your year with your dream kitchen with help from Menards. Clearview Cabinetry offers a selection of finishes made with the finest materials and built to withstand life's sticky messes. They provide features like soft closed doors and drawers and cabinet accessories to match your unique style. Don't wait to finish your projects. Save big money on Clearview cabinets and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Since we opened our doors in 1868, Busey has fostered deep customer relationships and vibrant communities, embodying a legacy of partnership and progress. With multiple lines of business, we provide a range of financial solutions tailored to your needs. From digital banking to planning for retirement, Busey is here to help you achieve your financial goals. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. Shield. 800-687-5192.
Oh, yeah, it's a big week.
The Bears are in, but there's still plenty to play for. Detroit comes to Chicago with playoff seeding on the line.
ESPN Chicago's immersive coverage is presented by Chevy Drive Chicago, the official truck of the Chicago Bears. Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Both Luther Burden and Colston Loveland have started to climb the Bears' receiving leaders board. DJ Moore and Rome Odunze are still ahead of him, but I'm not really expecting Rome Odunze to play in this game against the Lions. That doesn't mean much other than for seeding. And DJ Moore's at 671. Loveland's only 49 yards behind him at 622. Burden only 5 more than that, 54 yards behind him at 617. Welcome back into Carmen and Yurko, Jack McGrath, and Pat the Designer in for the guys today. Happy New Year's Eve to you all out there. But I think Luther Burden, the way he's played and the way he's been involved in the game plan, coming off a huge 100-plus yard game, I think he could be the leading receiver on this team. And he's played 2 less games than DJ Moore.
I think that definitely could finish as the leading receiver. I also think that this shows that what you've seen from this offense, I feel like you can't create the who's the number one wide receiver narrative on this team, and I love that. Like, it's so good to see consistency from everyone. And everyone has had a day. Can we talk about a Colston Loveland game this year? Yes, we can. Can we talk about a DJ Moore game this year? Multiple. Roma Dunze game this year? Multiple. Luther Burden game this year? Multiple. Like, I love that this offense is got everybody involved. And it's the biggest question we had for Ben. Hey, how do you do this? How do you get everyone involved? He said, it's what keeps me up at night. And I think what you're seeing now to Luther Burden is so impressive because if you remember at the beginning of the year, or if you were like me locked in during training camp and stuff like that, because of the injury, because of how banged up he was early on and how far behind he got, like Luther Burden was lost out there for some time. Like he
didn't know the playbook.
He didn't know the playbook. Like there were moments, or I'm not going to say he didn't know the playbook, but he didn't know the sets that Ben was throwing him in on.
Not through any fault of his own. He just wasn't able to be on the field for practice and training camp. So he wasn't able to be out there with his teammates and figuring out what he needed to know.
Even in games, there were those moments where Ben had to be patient. Caleb had to be patient with him because he's directing, hey, you're in motion right here. You got to go, Luther. Let's go. And things were a little bit disjointed. And you fought through those pains. And you want to know what I see after that game versus San Francisco? As down as everybody is on the defense, I need you to be that much up on Luther Burden because that's a young man. Maybe a little mental mistake there on the last drive. Probably should have went out of bounds after getting the first down. But that's a young man there that looked like, on a field that had Christian McCaffrey on it, the most talented player on the field. And you got that in the second round. Bears fans, just a little excitement after the Packers took Matthew Golden, who has less touchdowns than Jade Walker. All day, Jade. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like, be excited.
You're not wrong.
Be excited
the
about
yard
that.
after catch ability is ridiculous. He can break tackles. He's got the speed. And something to your playbook point, Ben Johnson talked about it this week, too. They asked him, with the hook and ladder play, are you finally able to kind of unleash your entire playbook? And he said, we're all systems go.
Yeah.
Which you like to hear going into the playoffs because when you need a big play from Luther Burden or him to do something underneath, it sounds good that you're going to be able to involve him in the offense fully going forward. He's only 54 yards away from being the leading receiver on the Chicago Bears. And the way DJ Moore's been hot and cold in this offense, there's a good chance that Luther Burden can catch him. Tell me about your morning, Pat, because switching gears, because the way you came in this morning, you said it was horrible, and I just need to hear this.
So my morning started very early this morning because going to bed last night, I was up a little bit later. Why is the Laker game in the third quarter at 11:45 at night? I'm dozing off on the Laker game. It's all right, I mean. And probably sleep for about 2 hours there, about 1 in the morning. Dogs get up. We've all done this if you're a dog owner. You hear that devious sound of nails clicking and then what you assume is a hunched back because they're trying to vomit up the entire dinner of the day.
Gross.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So tough morning. So get up in a hurry. Like, okay, where's the dog at? Making sure not in the bed. And right where the foot was going. So I'm there. So nice little wet foot to start the day. Dog still got to go outside. Let the dogs out, cleaning it up. Baby wakes up instantly. Daughter, right on cue. Bad dream. This is at 2:30, boys. This is at 2:30. And we all know, maybe you guys aren't there yet. The second sleep is the deadliest sleep that you can ever have. When you wake up and you actually are like fully awake, second sleep is worse. Was supposed to hit the gym this morning, did not. Why? Woke up 15 minutes before a show that I normally do. Locked On Bulls. Big shout out to the Locked On Network. Run down there, doing the show. Get the text from Mario. Hey, buddy, what time do you think it is? Uh-oh. I'm supposed to be here a little bit earlier than I thought I was. Okay, I gotta run out the house now. I'm just like, it was a cartoon morning. Like, all I needed was like the music from Doug. Has everybody here seen Doug?
No.
Dang it.
What's Doug?
Oh, God.
All right.
Is that with the scared dog? It's with the scared dog.
Yeah.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Wait. Which scared dog?
With the old man?
No, that's
Courage, the cowardly
dog.
Dang it! I am the old man in the room, and that makes me upset. No, Doug enjoyed Doug over the holidays. There's a lot of background music, which is literally just a guy basically in a microphone going, hey, yeah, watch yourself. Like, every comical thing that could have happened to me this morning. And I was just like, you know what? I got to Deion Sanders this. There's no such thing as a bad day. That was a lot of bad moments in a row.
All right, we're going to make it good. And we're going to start your new year on a good note. Yeah, that's a tough one, Pat.
That was a tough morning.
And I'm sorry for you, but we're going to turn it around. We're going to make the new year good. And we're going to feel good about it. Courtney Cronin's coming up.
That's all I needed.
At 10 o'clock, she'll talk some Bears football with us, get us ready for Bears-Lions, and maybe talk about some potential playoff matchups and previews and what we could be looking at for the Bears going forward here. That's coming up at 10. Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer in for Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad.
Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad.
You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
Let Triton College help you spring into success. Choose from 120-degree and certificate programs. Triton has convenient classes close to home, affordable tuition, and credits transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you'll learn from award-winning faculty with real-world experience, giving you a quality education that opens doors to your future. Affordable, quality, close to home, that's Triton College. Register now and spring into success. Visit triton.edu/spring.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Hey, football fans, the playoffs are drawing near, and a well-executed game plan is the key to winning. Retirement is no different. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, former pro football player turned retirement pro and founder of MitchLyonsWealth.com. I want to ensure you have a winning game plan. Get our free retirement toolkit that includes my book, Retirement of Steel, along with guides for Social Security, taxes, and more. Call 844-867-8335 or 844-86-STEEL. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jack McGrath, Pat the Designer in for Carmen and Yurko. Pat's dancing. He's ready for the new year here in the studio. Feeling good. Yurko will be back on Friday. We're all off tomorrow here locally. We're sending into bowl coverage coming up next. But then on Friday, Shea and Pat, the designer, will lead off your morning in for Cap and Hood. That's you.
I'll be here.
Jesse and Yurko will go from 9 a.m. to noon, and then Waddle's in with Tyler in the Waddle and Sylvie slot from 3 to 6:30 p.m. So we've got a full day of programming for you back on Friday as well. Right now, we bring in Courtney Cronin covering the Bears on the Yingling Guest Hotline. She's brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured, call 708-4million for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers. Happy New Year, Courtney. Any big plans for the New Year's Eve holiday?
You know, I'm going to be in New York, actually, tonight, but I will not be going to see the ball drop because I have to be up for Unsportsmanlike. I think usually wake up around like 3:30 for that, so there will be no I will not see New Year's until tomorrow morning when I wake up, but it's not that far removed from midnight, so I can basically like fake celebrate, like, oh, the New Year just happened, even though it'll be like 3 hours old at that point. But I don't know, I've never been a huge New Year's person. Ever since Y2K ruined it for me, it's just not my holiday.
Yeah, you see, you don't understand the fear that we went through. There was a real thought that, like, oh, it's all going to end. And I remember going to sleep on Scooby-Doo, like, we'll see if 2000 happens here.
Yeah, I didn't experience
You weren't there.
that.
You
I
weren't
wasn't
there.
there for that.
It was just
no.
tear and a lot of canned food, Jack. A lot of canned food.
Am I lame? 2 years ago, I was, I was at the point where I should be going out. I fell asleep before midnight.
It happens. But once you get past, it's honestly, it's overrated. It's the holiday where everybody goes out. The people who usually don't go out, who shouldn't be going out, are the people who are out. So I think the best way to celebrate New Year's is watch the game tonight, Ohio State, Miami, go to bed right after.
Courtney, we were talking a little bit about Luther Burden and how he's got a chance if he outgains DJ Moore by 54 yards in this next game to be the Bears' leading wide receiver on the season. He's transformed that offense, and something Pat and I were talking about was how he definitely knows the playbook now, and Ben's talked about how he's unleashed a full set of plays. How have you kind of seen the difference in how the Bears have been using Luther Burden recently?
Well, the Roma Dunze gave him Roma Dunze injury gave him a big opportunity to get some snaps that he might not have otherwise. He might have been out there, but those targets are coming his way, and he's earned it because he knows the offense. You can go back to a point in training camp where Caleb Williams is frantically, waving him to get to the other side of the formation because he was lined up wrong, and that's understandable as a rookie's learning an NFL route tree, how to run routes specific to this offense. It was a lot, and it took him a while to come on after he had that soft tissue injury that kept him out all of the spring off season, and he was playing from behind, but you see the talent right away. You see why a lot of people, including himself, thought he would have been a first-round pick, and the Bears benefited from him dropping to 39 because they were able to get somebody who can play some really important, meaningful snaps for them when their top two guys aren't able to play for a multitude of reasons. I mean, DJ clearly wasn't 100% from the illness this past week, and without Roma Dunze the last four, it's opened up a chance for this coaching staff to get an evaluation on losers that, frankly, they might not have otherwise had Dunze been healthy for the games that he wasn't, and had DJ and Caleb Williams and their chemistry come on earlier than it did a couple weeks ago. So I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing for this offense that they have that opportunity to get more snaps, more tape on Luther Burden and know just what the future holds at that position.
Courtney, let's cover this as a blanket conversation defensively. The defense has struggled, and there's a couple of names out there that people have talked about. Trayvon Diggs, the big one yesterday, getting released because of the relationship with Al Harris. We've heard Matt Judon be talked about a couple of times because of the struggles at pass rush. In your mind, are the Bears in the market to add anybody to this defense as they get ready for a final week here and heading into the playoffs, or do we need to put all of these rumors to bed and just kind of say you're going into the playoffs with who you have?
It's probably easier to do the latter just because, on the back end of their defense right now, they are about as healthy as they've been. Does adding Trayvon Diggs take the Bears over the top? They don't. I mean, the issue isn't really a corner for them. Can Trayvon Diggs rush the passer? I mean, that would be my number one question that you'd ask if a player like that is available and you're looking at potentially adding. I don't know. I don't think that they would do anything right now. Obviously, the number one priority this offseason, free agency, first-round draft pick, is finding edge help because they need it. Pass rush is a problem, as we saw from the shootout that they got in, and that could be the way that some of these games go in the playoffs to make it past the wild card round, that they're going to have to score a lot of points to win these games and to contend in these games. We know they can do that. It's just you don't want to constantly be in that situation. Matthew Judon doesn't have history in the system, so that would be – it's not like it's a player that was on another team that gets released or still out there and then just looking for a spot to finish out on a team that's contending. I think if it would have happened, it would have happened by now. So I don't see that one happening.
Do you think Ben Johnson makes it a priority this weekend to get Caleb Williams to 4,000 passing yards on the season?
He's going to say no. I know that he'll be asked about it today. He's going to say no, but I kind of find it hard to believe. I mean, especially last week, they ran the ball 5 times in the first half. And yes, part of that is because it was a shootout. They felt that they needed to keep pace with the San Francisco 49ers, and the first down is for early downs, and then the second and long, what Ben Johnson said the other day, just based on how they got to this point, like it felt like that's what they had to do. I also tend to have felt like in that game there was more than just a little bit of an effort to get Caleb's numbers up. And I mean, he did it on his own. Like I think truly those big shot plays, 35, 36-yard touchdowns to Luther Burden and Colston Loveland respectively, that's what they needed to do to win this game, to be in a position to win this game. But he's 270 yards away. He's hit that figure 4 other times this season. They're not going to ever say it out loud because no one's ever stat chasing. But I do think because it would mean so much to Caleb, I do think that there will be a little bit more than a conscious effort to try to get him as close as he can. I think he has a real shot at it.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be interesting to see how the Bears utilize Caleb in this final game. I think to that point, just to finish off the month of December, Ben Johnson said by December we'll be playing our best football. Courtney, when you see what's happening on the field, when you see the high-scoring output that we saw, but some of the struggles defensively, do you feel like the Bears have been able to accomplish that this December and heading into the playoffs here?
I do, at least on one side of the ball. I mean, defensively, the takeaways are there, and that's great, but you have a championship contending offense, an offense that can put up points with the likes of the San Francisco 49ers, who are playing the best offense of anybody in the NFL right now, not just the NFC. And then I think they can go toe-to-toe with the Rams. I think they can go toe-to-toe with the Seattle Seahawks. On the defensive side of the ball, I'm not so sure. So I do think that they have checked that box by and large because they're an 11-win team staring 12 wins in the face. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've accomplished that, but it's not like, there's still a lot of holes in this defense. You're in bend don't break mode against the Green Bay Packers 2 weeks ago where you're holding the 0 for 5 in the red zone, and then you let the San Francisco 49ers score every trip they get down there this past week. That's a problem. But it's not like we didn't know that these problems existed. It's not like that somebody got hurt, the pass rush all of a sudden disappeared. It hasn't been there. Even when their starting defensive end opposite Montez Sweat and Dio Danko was playing, he had 1 sack in 8 games. So to me, it's playing your best football, but also mitigating your flaws in the month of December, which is how they've been able to get to this point. And we'll see how long that lasts in the postseason, but it is an accomplishment in a box that they've been able to check.
Do you think it can last all the way to the Super Bowl, to the big game, mitigating the flaws on that defense, maybe with some offensive help?
Tough. It's going to be really tough. They're lucky at this point with the secondary that it's as healthy as it's been in a while. And maybe they get Kyler Gordon back. I know that Ben Johnson didn't rule that out a couple weeks ago. Maybe he's able to come off injured reserve and help this team by the time the playoffs roll around. But it's the best teams can get after the quarterback. I mean, we've seen those game-changing plays. Look at what happened with the Eagles last year in the Super Bowl. Look what happened a couple years before that with Aaron Donald and the game-wrecking play that he had on the final drive in that Super Bowl. Like, you don't have those guys and you don't have a pass rush to speak of when it's not coming from other places, I think it's hard to win a Super Bowl that way.
No, yeah, it's going to be a tough playoff run no matter what. I mean, listen, it's the playoffs, and we're talking about it, and I think that's the biggest thing. With that being said, the fact that this team has gotten to the playoffs, the fact that this team has won, and like you said, is looking in on 12 wins, Courtney, where do you feel like the Ben Johnson Coach of the Year chances are to finish this season? Is he a viable option at this point, or is he a really good name that kind of gets lost in the mix of a great season?
His odds, when I checked this morning, I think it's like plus 4,000 over at DraftKings, and that would be the furthest odds from Mike Vrabel, from Kyle Shanahan, who I think if you're talking about a coach that's doing more with less, it's Shanahan. He's probably had his best coaching job of his career, doing all of that with Brock Purdy in and out of the lineup, with George Kittle in and out of the lineup, with Brandon Ayuk, AWOL, all of those things. And that's not even mentioning the injuries that they have on defense. But Mike Vrabel seems like he's kind of the lock at this point. And I know that that's another worst to first sort of turnaround, what they've done with Drake May and, the pairing between his offensive coordinator that he handpicked to develop a quarterback. Ben's a great candidate. I mean, the Patriots have had success at the quarterback position during our lifetimes, during the lifetimes of a lot of people. They have not in Chicago. So I think from that alone, and probably because we're close to it, just seeing there's hope that this offense can do things differently than they've done the last 50 years. That's just a different feeling. But it's a great story. I do not think, though, and I think his case is very compelling, but I don't ultimately think he will win that award because of, it's a bad year to be Coach of the Year candidate. There are so many deserving coaches.
We were just talking about, I think Liam Cohen's another one that the Jaguars are way overperforming and his odds are way down the board. I think people don't like him very much because of the whole Duval thing at the start of the year.
100%.
And he doesn't get credit for transforming that offense because people think that was weird for some reason.
You got to transform the Duval.
Court, I don't know if you noticed this yesterday, too. Caleb Williams on the MVP odds boards yesterday. He's down to fourth now, but he shot up. His odds are still a long shot, but he shot up to third yesterday on the MVP odds boards. And a topic that was discussed on our morning show this morning was, who do you have more confidence in the playoffs? Is it Ben Johnson or is it Caleb Williams? Because right now, Caleb Williams is looking like he's right there with Ben Johnson for some of these accolades and awards as one of the top quarterbacks right now in the NFL in terms of being clutch and being able to control a game and win games for his team.
Yeah, I would probably say it's the play caller because Ben has the experience. Caleb's a first-time playoff quarterback. And it's not to say that he won't have a big moment in the postseason, but I think I trust the coach who had been there before. I know what happened last year in the divisional playoffs. They got blown out. But Ben has several years of experience of being in the playoffs, of coaching a quarterback in Jared Goff to have career best years to get to the postseason. And I know he put the onus on himself the other day to get the play call in earlier, that Caleb was doing the best he could when that last play turned into a scrambled drill. I think that Ben learns from things like that when there are play calls that he gets out publicly in front of and says, that wasn't good, that's on me. So knowing that and knowing what's at stake here, of you have the Green Bay Packers likely being the team to come to town wild card weekend, I would think that at least the way that I would forecast it, the trust factor, who you believe in more in those moments, while both are great answers, I would say Ben Johnson, just based on the fact that he's been in this moment before.
Courtney, will you forego celebrating New Year's tonight to be celebrating hopefully a Hoosiers win tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. I'm so excited. I cannot believe that my team's playing in the Rose Bowl. And, we talked about it on Unsportsmanlike throughout the morning. It's great for college football. Anybody who's looking for a team can look at the little engine that became the 1 seed, because there are people who talk out of both sides of their mouth. They want parity in college football, but not too much parity. They want to see somebody else who's in Alabama win it, but they don't want to see a team like Indiana. They have done everything this year to be deserving of a 1 seed, and they've proven themselves. And I'm really looking forward to it tomorrow. A lot of my friends have already made the trek out to Los Angeles for the game, and while I'll be on the other side of the country, I am hoping that the way the playoff schedule shakes out, that I'll be able to go to the Peach Bowl next Friday if they make it.
Well, let's hope they make
my,
it.
my early New Year's resolution. I'll be down there. If they make it.
Well, we'll be rooting for you here, Courtney. I appreciate your time, and Happy New Year's.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Have a good one, Courtney.
Jack McGrath, Pat the designer, in for Carmen and Yurko. That was Courtney Cronin. She's brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured in a crash or at work, call Costa Ivoni, your local injury lawyers. They live here. They work here. They fight for their people. Costa Ivoni, call 708-4million. Pat and I are on until 10:30 in for Carmen and Yurko, and then we've got college football bowl coverage coming up after that. And Pat, you said something really interesting to me after the loss for the Bears on Sunday versus the 49ers. You said you thought maybe that loss was a good thing for this Bears team. And I think I happen to agree with you. Put a little bit of an edge on their shoulders. They didn't beat the 49ers, obviously, but you played them well enough and your offense kept you in the game. And the defense now gets to flesh out some problems and has a bit of a wake-up call where they can flesh out some of the problems that they have in the secondary and hopefully make adjustments, and in the pass rush, and hopefully make adjustments as they go into the postseason.
Well, the big thing is, right, like, who needed the confidence boost? The defense didn't need a confidence boost. Like, the defense needed maybe to get a little bit of a wake-up call. They get y'all been flying high. You've been flying by the skin of your teeth. Yeah, I mean, little Icarus, getting a little close to the sun. Can't wait for the Odyssey to drop. It's not the same movie, but I can't wait for that movie to drop. And, hey, like, if you don't take advantage of it, you've been getting the praise. They were getting the praise after the Packer game. They were getting the praise after the Brown game. Like, we believe in you. We think you can take the football away. All right. Oh, you got 42 put on you. You didn't get enough takeaways. Like, I think you need that to say, okay, let's refocus in. On the offensive side, you needed a confidence boost. You needed to know versus one of the real playoff teams here that you could go out there and put up 35 plus just in case you needed to, because that's probably the conversation you're going to be in more likely than not outside of maybe if you play the Packers.
The Bears had a shootout against the Bengals, and they won that shootout, but the Bengals aren't a playoff team this year. That isn't the confidence-boosting win. This is a team the Bears very likely could see. It could be as soon as the first round, a team that very likely the Bears could see in the first round of the playoffs. Yeah. So 100%, you need that confidence boost. They know how to attack the 49ers defense pretty obviously now. You have the game plan on defense. Now just figure out the game plan on offense, and that team should be able to storm into Santa Clara if they wind up playing in Santa Clara, or 49ers should be able to come into Chicago, and the Bears should be able to stomp them in the playoffs. It's what you would think coming off of that game. And it's hard to beat a team twice, too. Almost rather you lose that game, have the adjustments to make, and be able to go in next time.
And it would speak to, listen, it comes down to a couple of plays in that game, and in that San Francisco game, every game comes down to a couple of plays, but in that San Francisco game, it truly felt like, a Luther Burden catch there at the end, and maybe he can take it up the field, or a Cole Kmet block on that hook and ladder, and maybe you're in the end zone. Like, it was just off a little bit at the end, and that's enough for you to lose versus the 49ers. I don't think Ben Johnson has that versus that team 2 times in a row. We've seen when Ben has played a team the second time, things have been very similar in fashion, except the Bears have found a way to win versus Minnesota. Similar fashion. You thought you're coming down to the end of the wire. J.J. McCarthy leading a game-winning drive again. Caleb Williams got the answer this time. Versus the Packers. Very similar scenarios, what you were going through. The Packers were moving the ball on you, but you kept them out of the end zone, and you were able to turn it into points on the other side, especially at the end of the game. And here's the thing, the fortune's been on your side. Is that over with? We'll see. But the Bears have been able to make a lot of their own fortune. Like, to say this season is luck, right? Call the onside kick luck. I'll agree with that if you want to say that. But I also think there's a part of this where the Chicago Bears are a team that makes other teams feel the pressure of having to play perfect football, especially when it's a down-to-the-wire game. That is something that is an advantage in the playoffs. It's something we've seen Aaron Rodgers use as an advantage in the playoffs, where do not give him the ball with time on the clock or we may lose this game.
I asked the question to Courtney, and I think I disagree with her. I asked, who do you have more confidence in going into the playoffs? Is it Ben Johnson or is it Caleb Williams? And I have confidence in both of them. But the way Ben Johnson managed that clock at the end of the game, and I hold him responsible not just for the offense, I also somewhat hold him responsible for the defense. Yeah. He's the head coach. I think I have more confidence in Caleb Williams going into the playoffs based on how he's played recently, especially in that 49ers game. The deep ball is there. Yeah. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's not going to lose you a game. I don't know that Ben Johnson does, but I've been questioning some of that late game clock management recently, especially in the last game, where you end the game because you ran out of time, not because you turned the ball over on downs when you were down by a touchdown. To me, I have more confidence in Caleb Williams. That's not a risk on Ben shot. Johnson.
You got 90% confidence in
Ben Johnson. I have 100% confidence in Caleb Williams.
I would. Here's the part that's tough for me on that. We don't know when Caleb is making Ben right and when Ben is making Caleb right, and we've seen both this season. Because we're not in the huddle, because we don't know how the play is supposed to perfectly go, because we don't know how everything is diagrammed. We don't know everything about what this team is doing on that play. And so there have been plays where Caleb Williams has gone to the mic and said, I didn't think that was going to work. I just threw it where Ben said to, and next thing I knew, we got a touchdown. So trust Ben. We've seen that with Ben Johnson where he said, Caleb Williams made me right on this play. It didn't go off.
The free play to Colston Loveland. Yeah. That is one that Caleb did, seemed like almost all on his own. Loveland streaked downfield, and Colston Loveland too. Loveland streaked downfield, but Caleb was able to find it. That wasn't where the design of the play was going to go.
And that makes Ben right. So I think it's a give and take on both sides. If I had to have confidence, I'd have confidence in the guy that has called it in the playoffs before. And I don't think we left any of those games going, Ben Johnson, you're the reason we lost.
Kyle in Grand Rapids wants to hop in on the conversation. What's up, Kyle?
What's up, fellas? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All I've been hearing this week from my buddies up here in Michigan is it's as bad as the Lions have played. It's the successful season if they beat Ben Johnson twice after leaving. I think this has potential for being a trap game. All we've been talking about all week is looking past the Lions to the playoffs. We need to come out hot on Sunday, 2 quick touchdowns, and just put them to bed. I mean, they have playmakers with Gibbs and St. Brown. And if they can hang one on the Bears, they would be more than happy to do that. So I just don't want this to be a trap where we're looking past them. But yeah.
Thanks for the call, Kyle.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Kyle. Dan Campbell has no problem getting his team up for games. We saw it a couple of years ago when they knocked the Packers out of the playoffs. Even if they have nothing to play for, Lions still probably will be incentivized. I don't know if it's any different, though, because they made the playoffs last year. They've reached the top of where they should be going, and now they're kind of on a downward spiral rather than an upward spiral, and I wonder if it's any different. They're flat coming into this game.
Here's my thing. We can talk. Don't assume how we talk is how Ben's talking.
Yeah, 100%.
We can talk about the playoffs and look ahead. Ben Johnson ain't looking ahead. Ben Johnson's focused on this game.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to wrap it up. Jack McGrath, Pat the designer, in for Carmen and Yurko. Pat, before we go, one take that you're going to take into the new year that you think is going to happen next year in 2026.
Caleb Williams will become one of the most accurate passers in football.
One of the most accurate passers in football.
Give me 69%.
I'll say, nice. I said I don't care about the 4,000. I really don't. But I'll say not 4,000 next year. 4,500 yards next year for Caleb Williams. Puts himself in MVP conversations. That's going to wrap us up. College football bowl coverage coming up next. Thanks to Mario. Thanks to Aiden. Jack McGrath, Pat the designer, in for Carmen and Yurko.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.